such as strategies for coaching Gen Z, self-mastery, recruiting, hiring and developing your staff, identifying and building relationships with your key stakeholders, community engagement, and much more. Participants will learn from leading outside experts as well as some of the most successful, respected college tennis coaches in the country. The course will be self-paced and require approximately 5 hours per month. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to develop your coaching knowledge and to network with and learn from other passionate and committed college tennis coaches.
Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Legs push. Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Go forward. Keep moving forward, all right?
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Go up! Go ahead and hit him.
Vamos, campeones.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
23 years on tour, 1,500 matches. I don't think we'd have the success we did and the longevity without college tennis.
Just anytime you can win a tournament at the collegiate level, it's just such an honor to be in the handful of the best players.
Every time you won any tournament, particularly at that level, it was a real confidence booster and helped me to kind of propel my college experience.
Coaching, to me, especially in those moments, you just feel like this is what you were put on earth to do.
In the beginning, there was the clipboard. Players were seated, tournaments ran. Sure, it got the job done, but there had to be a better way. Introducing Serve Tennis, the free-to-use automated tennis software that is changing the game. For clubs, coaches, and tournament directors. From player registration to bookings, running tournaments, and promoting your business. Serve Tennis is the all-in-one platform for taking your program to the next level. Serve Tennis is easy to use and makes it even easier to connect with current and new players by putting your programs, camps, and tournaments into our national search engine, generating additional revenue, expanding your offerings, and growing your clientele. So put down that clipboard and pick up your racket. Spend less time filling out draws and updating ladders, and more time with people on the court. Serve Tennis will handle the rest. Learn more at usta.com/servetennis.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most, the friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche.
We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Now again, a fantastic day of action in the books. Just the second man in Arizona State men's tennis history to reach the All-American Championship match. First in nearly 30 years. Junior Murphy Cassone, 6'4", 6'2", he's through to the final. Heck of a showing from Michigan's Gavin Young. Message sent by Murphy Cassone. Elliot Spizzirri through to the finals. 6'4" in the third, he knocks out Ozan Bears. They're through the finals. Cash, Tracy, 6'1", 6'3". Heck of a run for James Hopper and Yaki Montez. For Hopper coming over from the Division III ranks, he's proven. He's got the game to hang with the big boys. Another fall, another Buckeyes doubles final. This time, it's Cash and Tracy. For the first time since 2015, the man will compete to sweep both the All-American singles and doubles championships. It'll be Elliot Spizzirri, #1 in the preseason rankings in both singles and doubles. And now he and Cleve Harper, 6'2", 3'6", 10'4". He doesn't like to make it easy, does he? That's it for semifinal Saturday. That'll do it for our coverage here. Good morning and welcome into Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA All-American Championship. Today it'll be second-seeded Mary Stoyanov. She'll take on senior Alexa Noel. Fight of Alexa Noel, a clean sheet on serve in set #1. She takes a 6-3 opener. Mary Stoyanov takes a 7-5 breaker. We are going the distance in carry. Your 2023 ITA All-American champion, the first in Texas A&M women's tennis history, is junior Mary Stoyanov. From a set and a breakdown, 3-6, 7-6, 6-1.
Welcome in, everyone, to Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA Fall National Championships. Alex Gruskin here to set the scene in what is ceremonially the final day of competitive tennis here in the 2023 fall. These ITA Fall National Championships, the culmination of months of hard work for all of the athletes we've seen competing throughout the week. And let me just say, what a fun opening 4 days we had in this event. Of course, now we've reached Championship Sunday. And what I want to do for all of you fans tuning in on today's pregame show is set the scene, talk about how we got to these finals, preview all of the matchups you're going to be seeing on your screen throughout the course of our coverage. Of course, as always, here at Crack Racquets, we'll have coverage first ball to last of each of these championship events. A shout out and thank you to the coach, Mark Bay, for steering the ship yesterday. He'll be doing so again today as well. That said, again, before we get to any live tennis, let's give some shout outs to all of the athletes we've seen compete this week. Man, have they put on a show. Just another spectacular week of college tennis for all of us fans to enjoy. And of course, none of this happens without the tireless efforts of the entire ITA staff. We spoke with Tim Russell a few days ago. It starts at the top, of course, but to everyone else, Joe Gentry, Zach, Josh, Cody, Corey, Dave, I could go on and on and on, list every name because, again, it's a complete team effort by the ITA. We appreciate their support. We appreciate them allowing us to shine a spotlight on all of these athletes. So, again, a shout out to the ITA team, who I'm certain are looking forward to putting this week in the books, get a little rest as all of us eagerly anticipate the start of the 2024 dual match season. That said, again, before we get to team play, we got one more day of individual competition for all of you college tennis fans to enjoy. And with that in mind, let's break down the action. Again, we've got 4 spectacular finals in a week where there was certainly some funkiness. It is fascinating to see how things ultimately worked out. And with that in mind, let's run you through the matchups we have on today's broadcast. And for those of you curious about the order of play, we start actually with both a doubles and a singles final. I want to preview that men's doubles final we're kicking off with in a second, but how can we not start with our women's singles final? Talk about a matchup for college tennis fans to enjoy. Second-seeded UNC sophomore Reese Brantmeyer taking on fourth-seeded South Carolina senior Ayanna Ackley. And look, you can start on either side of the equation in this match. We're going to respect our elders here. Let's give a tip of the cap to, I have to say, the top performer of the 2023 fall in Division I women's college tennis. That has to be the title earned by Ayanna Ackley with what she's accomplished so far this fall. A semifinalist at the ITA All-Americans a month ago. Now she takes things a step further here in San Diego. Ackley, a 6-3, 6-4 victory over USC's Emma Charney yesterday to reach this National Fall Championship final. And it takes about 3 seconds of watching Ayanna Ackley play tennis to see the way the ball jumps off her strings. It's heavy topspin. There's action on that ball that, dare I say, 95% of even the best in women's college tennis can't generate, and she can. And on top of that, you add the other improvements on the margins, the first step, the fluidity in and out of corners. There's just a confidence exuding from Ayanna Ackley in everything she does on court right now. Very determine's not the right word, but again, very confident in every choice that she makes out there on court. And with the results she's been producing, again, Emma Charney just could not hurt her yesterday. Ackley in for the fight physically. She's always going to be there mentally as well. What a fall it has been for Ayanna Ackley. Again, the number 4 seed through to the final, where she will face her second Tar Heel of the tournament in second-seeded Reese Brantmeyer. And it is worth noting, Brantmeyer, of course, competing today, not just for the singles title, I believe she and Scotty still alive for the doubles title later today as well. So Brantmeyer going for the North Carolina sweep here in San Diego, but it was when, not if, Reese Brantmeyer was going to put together a national college individual result like this. She is one of the most highly touted prospects to enter college tennis, I'll say, in the last 5 to 10 years, with, again, her accomplishments at the junior level, her accomplishments at USTA Nationals in San Diego, and what she had done on the pro circuit going into college. Of course, this past summer, she picks up her first pro circuit title in singles. She picks up a couple of doubles titles as well. It's just all falling into place. It's all clicking for the sophomore Brantmeyer as she enters year number 2 of her college career. And I mean, the scoreboard speaks for itself. She was done in under an hour yesterday. Brantmeyer, a 6-2, 6-1 victory over Oklahoma State junior Obi Kajuru. And again, game style wise, very, very clear in the first 5 minutes of watching her what Reese Brantmeyer does best. I always say it's very much a pro style game. Big kick serve out wide on the ad to set up the first forehand. Again, can hit all the spots with the serve to get into her +1 arsenal of aggressive tricks. Brantmeyer's got the skill set. I think it's win, not if, we see her make a successful transition to the pro circuit. And again, for Brantmeyer to put together this sort of national result, to beat a Sarah Hamner, former ITA All-American champion, to beat an upperclassman in Obi Kajuru, who's played as well as anyone over these last 11 months of college tennis, to now get to this final. This feels like a culmination of a lot of things for Reese Brantmeyer, who, of course, was #1 singles player for the UNC Tar Heels come the national championship match last year, and a doubles finalist with Elizabeth Scotty at NCAAs. Of course, she's a finalist again here in the doubles as well. But Brantmeyer Ackley is going to be fascinating. Again, they can both hit the cover off the ball. We should be changing those probably every 4 games as opposed to at the end maybe of every set. Again, it's the way these two get after the ball early in the rally. It's the way they go after that forehand, regardless of the position they are on in the court. They've got real weapons. Again, this is going to be a +1 battle between these two. Who's going to have the opportunity to be the one dictating the terms of play? I'd give the advantage to Brantmeyer with how she's able to find +1 opportunities behind her own first serve. I think that serves probably the separating factor, dare I say, between these two. I would lean towards that Brantmeyer serve, just her finding a little bit more comfort, or finding it a little bit easier to get into that +1 game. But again, ITA Ackley is going to pressure Reese Brantmeyer in all sorts of ways. And again, the senior is looking to be the first South Carolina Gamecock, I believe, to win these fall national championships in singles. So it's going to be a battle. It's up first. Ackley, Brantmeyer, Battle of the Carolinas to kick things off at the top of the hour. That's going to be a joy, of course. Also at the top of the hour, we have our men's doubles final. Let's quickly show you how we got to this point. Shout out Old Dominion's pairing of Connor and Cody Van Skalkwyk. And I apologize, of course, if I'm butchering that last name pronunciation. I have not had the chance to speak with either, but having watched from afar, oh my goodness, can this duo play? The first duo since, I believe, 2003, 2004, or it was either 0203 or 0304 when Isaac van der Merwe, now the Baylor assistant coach, he and his partner reached back-to-back doubles finals for Old Dominion in the early 2000s. The Van Skalkwyks, their time is now. They're ready to put a title on the board. It would be the first for this Old Dominion program. And again, a straight set win over Vivez and Gorsny, who are as much pedigree, I would say, as a pairing as we have right now in college tennis, at least this early in the season. Exceptional stuff. I appreciate that they have different haircuts. It helps us delineate whom is whom. But again, 6-4 win for the Van Skalkwyks. They're into the final where they're going to face another team looking to put a first title on the board for their program. That, of course, is Michigan State's Ozan Barris and Max Sheldon, a preseason top 10 team, the number 3 seeds. They've looked excellent down the home stretch over these last few days. Straight set winners yesterday to advance to the final. And I mean, look, Ozan Barris is a junior slam champion in doubles. We know his hands, that eagerness and ease with which he moves forward. It fits like a hand in a glove on a doubles court. And again, he and Sheldon, there's a communication between the two of them, a joy that they share on the court. I mean, Are they brothers? Not physically the way the Van Skalkwicks actually are, but a lot of chemistry, dare I say, on the courts between these two pairings. And we know how important that chemistry is in the doubles. I think the communication is going to be sound. Again, it'll be a no ad point here. It'll be a good first serve down 30-40 in a game there. That will be the margin in this match. Both teams feeling extraordinarily confident. Of course, Barris Sheldon had to fight off match points earlier in the event just to get to this final. It's going to be a fun one. It kicks things off at the top of the hour. Again, Barris Sheldon versus Van Skalkwicks. We hope all of you will enjoy that match. Coming up after it, of course, we'll get to our men's singles final, and that is what I want to preview next. Talk about a doozy. Battle of the state of Texas as University of Texas senior Micah Braswell takes on TCU sophomore Jack Pennington Jones. It's this simple. Micah Braswell is back. And look, throughout the course of his college career, when Braswell's been healthy, he hasn't just been a contributor for the University of Texas. He's been a stalwart, an anchor at the top of their lineup, whether it was his freshman season, again, sophomore, junior years, when healthy. He's a point that the Longhorns feel like they can always count on. Well, he's healthy this fall and playing his best tennis once again. Yesterday, Braswell 7-6, 6-2 over second-seeded Ohio State senior J.J. Tracy. It's the weaponry. It's how easy that pace is for him to generate from the baseline. Forehand wing doesn't matter. Backhand wing doesn't matter. Excuse me. If you leave a sitter on his hip pocket, at his shoulder, he's extending through it. He's exploding through the court. He's changing direction on you. And again, the biggest thing right now is he has time to get into his playbook, time to get to those weapons because he is healthy, because he is fit, because he is moving so well. Micah Braswell's got real weapons. He's also got a real test on his hand in this final as he is going to take on TCU's Jack Pennington Jones. And we knew JPJ, much like Brantmeyer, was going to have a result like this at some point. Pennington Jones, former top 600 ATP ranked player last year, obviously wasn't able to join the Horned Frogs until the start of the national indoors in February. But now that he's had 8-9 months to grow accustomed to the no-ad format, to grow accustomed to the energy required in the college tennis environment, again, he is finding his footing. And yesterday, after a very slow start, it was all JPJ 2-6, 6-2, 6-3 over the big hitting redshirt sophomore from Ohio State, Jack Anthrop. And I actually think the fact that Pennington Jones faced Anthrop, that's a good thing for him going into today's matchup, because the way Anthrop tries to be on top of that baseline, the way Anthrop tries to do so much dictating with his forehand, I think Pennington Jones can expect to see a similar sort of game style employed, even if, again, the pace coming off of the racket, the exact shot choices, they're not exactly the same. But I think the rubric or the outline of the games of Anthrop, Braswell, there are some similarities there. So JPJ is going to be ready to absorb that first strike. Again, he's got the strength. He's got the movement. He's got the fluidity. He's got some weapons of his own as well. I don't know if his weapons are as eye-poppingly big and jump off the screen, maybe the way Braswell's do from the baseline, but I also can tell you it's very, very difficult if you're searching for a weakness in Jack Pennington Jones' game, if you're trying to find it. Just, again, it's going to be a battle. This is going to be a fun one, a battle for the state of Texas coming up at noon Pacific time. Jack Pennington Jones taking on Micah Braswell. By the way, that noon Pacific time, I imagine, is a tentative start point for that singles final. I imagine the men's singles final will begin as soon as our women's singles final ends. So again, that's your other singles final. Let's take you to our other doubles final now as well. As you look at our women's doubles final, stop me if you heard this before. North Carolina is competing for a national doubles title. Now, of course, last year they not only win the team championship for the first time, there was an all North Carolina doubles final with Crawley and Tangillig knocking out Scotty and Brantmeyer. Now, we didn't see Crawley and Tangillig in this event, but of course, we've seen Scotty win this event in the past already. And for those of you unaware of what the record book looks like for this ITA Fall National Championships, there has been a North Carolina Tar Heel competing in each of the last 2 doubles finals, Crawley and Scotty winning the title in 2021. Crawley and Tangillick knocked out in the final last year. You also look over the course of time, former North Carolina winners Haley Carter, Whitney Kay in this event as well. Plenty of other finalists. Again, Carolina's been killing it in the doubles. Brantmeyer, Scotty, unsurprisingly, another big run for this duo as they are through to the final. And look, they knocked out ITA All-Americans Guzman, Shisharbina 6-3 to do so. Guzman and Shisharbina, that is a heck of a follow-up result. Again, really difficult in no-ad doubles to, if you're winning consistently in no-ad doubles, you've got the goods. Obviously, Brantmeyer, Scotty, they've got the goods, the firepower they bring, their, again, eagerness and ability to move forward, take the net from you. The way they can blast balls at you from the baseline as well. It is a potent team, but they've got a serious challenge on their hands as they're going to take on Oklahoma State's Obi Kajuru and Anastasia Komar. Yesterday, the Oklahoma State duo knocking out defending champions and number 2 seeds from Pepperdine, Janice Chen and Savannah Brodus, 10-4 in the third. Makes sense that these two are having a lot of success. I mean, you look at Komar, who last season, one of the most successful players playing the number 1 singles position for the LSU Tigers. Now, obviously, at Oklahoma State, she was an ITA All-American consolation winner, and she was in the main draw in singles at this event as well. Speaking to, she was one of the 32 best players or whatever the qualification field is for these ITA National Fall Championships. But again, duo's just really good at a lot of different things. Obi's going to be really quick moving forward. Komar does a really good job line drives from those baseline, keeping it low, keeping it flat, keeping it hard at your body. It's going to be good tennis. Buckle up, folks. Obviously, again, it'll come a little bit later. Brantmeyer going to get the opportunity to rest up after she plays the singles final. So I can't give you an exact start time yet for our women's doubles final, but certainly, again, I think 2 of our top 5-6 pairings we've seen throughout the course of the fall are competing in this final. It will be Kajuru and Komar taking on Brantmeyer and Scotty. Again, that match coming after the women's singles final after suitable rest for second-seeded Reese Brantmeyer. With all of that said, folks, that's your look at Championship Sunday at these ITA National Fall Championships. Now, again, our Cracked Racquets team is delighted to be showing you first ball to last coverage of all things happening here on Championship Sunday at these Fall National Championships. Now, again, it's going to be the coach, Mark Bay, steering the ship for all of you college tennis fans. He'll have coverage first ball to last here as, again, we all enjoy what is ceremonially the final day of 2023 fall competition in the college tennis universe. With that said, of course, we're going to make sure all of our cameras are set. We're going to make sure our scoreboards are firing on all cylinders. And after that, we will come back with coverage of Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA Fall National Championships. We hope you all stick with us and enjoy a fantastic day of tennis.
Hello, everyone. We are at the last day, championship day, ITA Fall National Championship. Appreciate that wonderful preview from Alex Gruskin, Coach Mark Bay here. I'm going to try to paint the story, paint a picture, create the masterpiece, finish to an outstanding event here. 2 finals starting our broadcast here. We have men's doubles, as you can see, is underway here in the first game, in addition to ladies singles. So the championship between Reese Brantmeyer and Ayanna Ockley are just warming up. And as you can see on our screen, Ozan Barris and Max Sheldon serving at the top of the screen. It's Ozan, actually, and Max is down low. Connor Van Schalwick there was returning. Missed the return, so that's a hold for Michigan State. Michigan State has had, after an early round scare, they have had obviously some solid victories and done a wonderful job of bonding together, managing the wind conditions, playing great percentages, and I feel clearly starting this final at least to be the favorite. The Van Schalwick brothers, they have had some upsets. They've banded together. They've worked with serving and crossing and great ground stroke positionings to get through some very close matches to find themselves in this final. And like Alex mentioned, not since 2002, 2003 has Old Dominion been in this situation in a national championship doubles in the fall. So I'm curious to see here this early. The early couple of service games for Old Dominion to observe their scheming and what they choose to do in terms of playing at the baseline versus trying to transition forward and serve volley, cross, poaching. I think they've gotten away with a lot of one-up, one-back tennis in this tournament. And as you can see already, Michigan State is challenging them and saying, we're not going to allow you guys to get comfortable in some of those ground stroke exchanges and start hitting high, heavy forehand ground strokes. What a fast display of movement and crossing from Max Sheldon on that backhand volley. So 15 all. It's Connor to start serving. And they go I formation, which is something that they don't do that often. And Cody was not able to get up. And I don't think even if he had dove, he would have had a chance at that forehand up the line. Sheldon threads the needle. $15-30. And in our 2 box, you can see the left of our screen. Ladies just getting underway on the first point. Ayanna Ockley, South Carolina, serving to Reese Brantmeyer from North Carolina. Ladies are on stadium, and the men's doubles was on court 10. It's a great point. A lot of exchanges. Michigan State is taking it to Old Dominion here in the early stages of their first service game, but Old Dominion has handled the charge, battling, and they're up 40-30 now. Sliding point. And that is a little wide, low forehand. It's a good choice there by Cody. Tough low volley by Max. Definitely the right idea, just not the execution. Old Dominion holds after facing 2 break points right away. 1-all. Ayana Ockley on Stadium, 40-15 game points to hold in her first service game. Ball was long by Brandmeier, wasn't a winner. Her return was long. Ayana Ockley holds for 1-love in the ladies' singles final on Stadium court. That's great doubles there. Ozan is handling all types of challenges with reflexes, and he's just placing the ball in the right spots without a lot of time to process. Great job by Max Sheldon taking the ground stroke and ripping it through the middle, which takes away angle and allows Ozan to put the ball away. 30-love, Michigan State. Great first serve percentage. Michigan State in the interview talked afterwards and said they didn't want to give away their secret sauce, but they're most certainly taking a little bit of pace off their serves to try to play high percentage. That one goes just a little long. I still feel that Sheldon, when he's back ripping the ground strokes, he understands that he has a great volleyer in Ozan, and he just keeps trying to set opportunities up for him. Ozan has got the green light to go for every ball. He's trying to get as many touches as possible. There is not a your side, my side, your ball, my ball. Whoever's at the net's trying to get every ball, and I love that. Michigan State holds for 2-1. Top of our screen, Reese Brantmeyer. Serving 0-1, 15-all. Both of these young women have really heavy forehands. I think Ayana's forehand has a bit more sort of top spin heaviness, and I think Brantmeyer's is a little more linear and drives and gets through the court a little quicker. But regardless, both of them can put the other player in a bad defensive position if they have forehands with time. So how they negotiate that time with their backhands, with the returns, with the first serves, I think that's really where a bunch of this match is going to be won. Setting the table for the big forehand, the feast. I'm talking about the forehand. Well, who needs another forehand when the backhand can be a laser winner like that? Reese Brantmeyer laces that backhand up the line. Makes all the sense in the world. She had the ball with time and opportunity to go. $30-all. It's a big flat serve down the tee. Seems like today the wind is a little bit more calm than yesterday. Ockley tries to move up and take the return early, just doesn't connect. Brantmeyer holds. We are on serve everywhere. 1-1, women's final. 1-2, men's doubles. Great serving, great coverage. It's a good look. Coach Mike Flowers spent a lot of time actually coaching in juniors in Michigan before he transitioned into college coaching. Did a great job at that level and is clearly helping Harry Jaden to build a brand at Michigan State that has a lot of excitement there. Great forehand. Reese Brantmeyer is able to open up with that cross-court winner. Old Dominion holds. We're at 2-2. Oh, look out. Ozan is most certainly daring. He is not shy. But that can get a little tricky when you go charging up when someone's going to hit an overhead. Ozan has been serving volleying probably half of his service games all championship long. And I like the tactic. I like how he mixes it in between him serving and Max moving right away, or them going eye, or him serving and volleying. They're showing a lot of different looks. So even though they're taking some pace off their first serves and not giving teams the ability to get the consistent read all the time. Is he there? He didn't serve and volley, and Max was looking to help him and finish. So it's definitely some deception and some disguise and variety in the Michigan State service game. I wondered when that was going to come out on the left side of our screen. Reese Brantmeyer hitting the deep chip, and then throwing in the dropper. First one, and it lands successfully. Because Ayanna Ockley is so physical and strong from the ground, I wondered if Reese, who tends to play aggressive and forward, what she would try to do to disrupt or offer a little bit of a change of pace. And so we'll see if that drop shot becomes something prevalent in this match. There's a serve +1. Clearly a strength for both in our women's final. And again, early in the tournament, in the quarterfinals of this championship, Reese Brantmeyer battled Sarah Hamner and was able to reign victorious 6-4, 6-2. And Ayanna Ockley defeated Annika Yarlagata. So there was a hidden duel within the Fall National with North Carolina and South Carolina. And now this is the second match of that. So it is 1-1, and one team is going to come away. That's Coach Brian Calbus, national champion. Coach Brian Calbus, still outstanding and really proud of the job that he's done. Been a top dog for so many years and finally was able to get that first title. But like I said, again, it's 1-1, North Carolina versus South Carolina in this championship in the singles. And this tournament this match will decide the team that's going to walk out of here with the pride of Carolinas on this women's final. That backhand up the line errant mistake, I'd say yesterday, that is what Ayanna Ockley was struggling with to some degree against Emma Charney. That got her in a little bit of a trouble. And the second set, trying to go backhand down the line on the wrong shots from too deep in the court. Now, Reese Brantmeyer has an opportunity for a break here. Deciding point. That is great tennis. And particularly, I love the sportsmanship. I'm going to say that serve was on the sideline and Brantmeyer called it good. I'm going to say Ockley played a forehand that was deep in the corner, really close to the line, played good. I really enjoy watching high-level tennis, but also high-level sportsmanship, both. And that was obviously a big point for it being a deciding point. Both women are giving the line to one another. Ayanna Ockley comes through with a big forehand inside in to take the game, to stay on serve. Good look at Kana. Then Shawkwek serving. Each one of these games has been hard fought, highly contested. And the serving team has just had the pressure performance in each of the 5 games so far. But now there's a mini momentum shift, I feel, whenever a first serve is missed in doubles. Oh, what a point. Ozan gives a little shimmy fake to draw the ball to him. He doesn't put the volley away. The scramble point ensues, and Max Sheldon misses the forehand just wide. Definitely the type of point Michigan State usually wins. First serve is in. Volley is missed. And now the second opportunity here. Michigan State had a chance in the very first service game to get a break, and now here they are again, knocking on the door to try to go 4-2 here in the first set of the final. Oh, what a shot. Big time grounding. ODU has been clutch in this final so far. And I'd say that in the women's singles final, I am impressed. The composure and the patience, both Ockley and Brantmeyer are really feeling each other out. They are hitting lots of balls. The shot tolerance is higher maybe than I thought it might be in the early part of this match with nerves and new balls. I thought maybe there'd be some bigger shots and some quicker points, but there's some longer points that are getting over 6, 7, 8 hits before the negotiation ends with a forehand put away. Speaking of put away, Ozan sticks the backhand volley. So Michigan State goes 30 love. Great swing volley. That is not that easy to execute a swing volley from that deep in the court. Inside the service box, no doubt, much easier to execute the swing volley. But that is middle of no man's land, clocking it for a clean winner. Strength and power of Brantmeyer. Tons of action in this doubles. I think she missed it. Old school with Brantmeyer doing a little chip and charge. Ends up having to hit the backhand volley. It just wasn't good enough. Point reset. Ends up missing. Still 3 game points. And that was called good as well. Great return, back of the line. Like I've been mentioning before, these young ladies are outstanding sports. We do have a chair umpire, which can adjudicate any calls if there's a discussion, but it most certainly is a responsibility of the players to call. And the line is good in this final, as it should be. And that forehand hits the mark. Brantmeyer holds for 2-all. Old Dominion on the right side of the screen, serving 3-4, 15 love. That one goes wide. Oh, that's a nice volley there. And that's the shot Coach Kevin Epley says is one of her best. Ayana Ockley taking the backhand and hitting it cross court, but with just a little bit of sharp angle precision. And that shot opens up the court, creates space, and often gives her the ability to hit big forehands in the open spaces going the other way. So that is an important combination for her. And I think anytime you can get Reese Brantmeyer out of the center and not allow her to dictate, that's going to be a positive and pay dividends. I like that move by Reese Brantmeyer. Really was physical with her feet, moved up, showed that she was looking to dictate the second serve, practically induced that double fault. Game point for a hold for Old Dominion. Yeah, the discussion, this is a strong, even though it's not the service game that they lead the set with, I believe this is a strong service game for Old Dominion. With Cody serving and Connor moving at the net, they tend to be effective. The problem is what happened there when Connor doesn't get the touch. He doesn't get a chance to put it away. The point extends, and Cody's back hitting more ground strokes and not looking to get to the net, and the other team can take over. Break point. And Michigan State with 3 different games with break points, and 3 out of the 4 service games are not able to get it again. 4-all in our men's doubles final. Some opportunities for the number 3 team in the country to break this open, and they've just not been able to do so. You can see Coach Brian Calbus on the left side of the screen having a discussion. I love the posture, down on one knee and getting an eye level with her and communicating and sharing information on what he wants her to do. This one of the true benefits of college coaching. This relationship, these partnerships, these discussions. We don't have him mic'd up, but I just think with the nonverbal body language that you're seeing on the screen, it's that she's definitely receiving that information from him. After 3 opportunities to break, Michigan State in a little bit of trouble. 4 all up 30. They get that one done. So 15-30. Old Dominion now has possibly flipped the momentum script in this first set. Ozan serving 15-40, triple break point. Serve volley. And Max Sheldon nets the volley. Old Dominion with the just 3 different pressure performances, and Michigan State's often so clutch and just a well-oiled pressure point machine. Old Dominion strikes first blood after 8 holds. They have an opportunity to serve for the first set. Meanwhile, on Stadium, Ayanna Ockley's making moves. 5 straight holds, and now up 30 love, receiving a second serve. And with a big forehand, staring at 4 break points here in our final. One of the challenges, I think, with both players is being able to spot their second serves in a location where the opponent is not able to find a forehand. That is not that easy. Either by having a little bit of a slice cut on it or daring to hit a second serve with a little bit more aggression. And here's another second serve. If I was Ayanna, I'd move over a couple steps even to really make sure that I was getting a forehand to start this point. And it doesn't matter. Brantmeyer doubles. The break goes to Ayanna Ockley. She's serving 4-2 now. Let's go full screen here for the doubles with ODU.
Right here. Let's go.
It's 15 all. And now some second serves. Michigan State's not a stranger to being down set points at 5-4 against Boston College. They were down 5-4, 40 love, and they were able to flip that. So far, the story of the first set has been how clutch Old Dominion has been down break point and facing deciding points. 15-30 and a lot of second serve tennis, which definitely gives Michigan State opportunity. Max Sheldon moves over to cover the line. Maybe, in my opinion, a little too far to cover, and it gives some space for that forehand to dip down. Ozan just didn't really get himself in the best position to make the volley. I think that was a huge point there. 30-all. Cody down in the eye. He doesn't do enough with it. Michigan State keeps coming forward. They also remain so calm. Both Max and Ozan, they're definitely opportunistic, looking to do all the right things when they get their chances. But even when they're on the wrong side of momentum, I never feel it looking on the screen. But the first serve finally comes in at the right time, saving that. What? I just don't know what to think about this one. You can't have a bigger moment than this. They have faced 3 of these opportunities and shut the door each time. 5-4 deciding point. Misses the first serve. Now they go standard formation. And here goes Ozan, and here comes Max, and they work the teamwork to perfection. Great return, plus the energy, and Max Sheldon sticks the volley, and we are tied up at 5-all. Ockley, after getting the break, is 1 point away here. Trying to stretch the lead to a commanding 5-2 in the first set. And that is going wide. I don't like the choice of using the slice backhand off the kick serve. That level of difficulty is a little bit higher. So try to take that on the rise and hit it. 5-2. Coach Kevin Epley coming across. But I'm not sure he has a lot to say. Things are going the South Carolina way so far in this women's final. Shift back over to Dubs. Oh, it's wide open and he misses it. Cody took off early. Max saw it, but over-rotated on the inside in. Wow, this first set is airtight. No one able to get separation. ODU had the look last game and couldn't consolidate the break.
Come on!
Smart choice. Definitely the right look. Whenever you have a forehand with opportunity, going middle, going low, dipping it, ripping it right at the player, challenging them. And that for sure, I would say, is not what Michigan State wants in that moment. Don't want Max Sheldon deep in the court, almost out of the screen, hitting backhands and engaging in a long ground stroke type of rally on the backhand side. That doesn't really showcase their strengths and connect properly. He needs to cut the court off and play a little earlier in that rally. Another deciding point in doubles. Oh, he left way too early again. Max Sheldon does not make the mistake of missing that inside-in forehand. Threads the needle. It was just too early of a move. 6-5, Michigan State. Let's go back to the women's singles final, excuse me. Ayanna Ockley at 5-2. Reese Brandmeyer serving 15-30. Well played. Most certainly would like to win this game. Make Ockley have to serve for the first set. I think that when Brandmeyer is moving to the left, either somewhat challenged or a strong quality ball by Anna, I just feel that she's going to the chip too much. She should go use the open stance backhand and get some more force on it. I get it. You don't want to give Ockley pace all the time, but just floating balls to give her time to put forehands away doesn't work either. Set points. And the let court goes back. That is a set in the bank. Ayanna Ockley, 6-2. What a strong performance. Reese Brandmeyer most certainly is not at her best level at present moment, but that's all about how championships are run along. First blood, first set, 6-2. Oh, goodness. Ozan is disappointed he didn't make that shot. (6-5) Michigan State, 30-all. That is a big inside-out backhand from Max Sheldon. He caught all of that ball. Flush, shredded it, got it through. And Michigan State, these guys just find a way. So many back and forths. They're tons of chances to break it open, save set points. And now here they are with their own 2 set points. Oh my goodness. What a point. The volley sails long. Connor can't believe it. Coach and Cody pick him up because it's in the record books. It's 7-5, and it's Michigan State on top. So we just finished first sets in both. It's so interesting how singles is at 6-2 and doubles is at 7-5, but obviously we know doubles is fast and furious. 12 games versus 8 games. Ayana Ockley, I think, in just a key moment right now. Most certainly, Brian, Kalbis has given Reese a reset, given her something to do psychologically to try to get herself into this final. And Ayana Ockley, who's on the side right now that historically at this facility has the wind at her back, can she hold here and keep the scoreboard pressure on Brantmeyer? Fifteen all. It's the same thing I'm saying. I get the use of the slice to try to change rhythm, but I feel that when Reese is just not physically set, she still needs to produce that backhand, especially over here against the wind, and then get herself back. Again, Coach Tyler Thompson talking to her, trying to keep her going. I forgot he was the one that was handling this match more because he coached Yarlagada against Ockley, so he has a little bit more information. So that's the choice, coaching-wise, of why he's on this particular match. But Brantmeyer's physical. She hits big. I think she needs to go ahead and hit the ball and try to earn time against the wind and then look to create opportunities for her forehand. Don't be afraid to offer pace in the right type of circumstance. There's a double fault there. Yeah, I think it's in my coaching style. One of the things I always talk about, I break tennis into 6 stages of a match. The warm up in the first 3 games is a stage, and then the middle of the first set's a stage. The first team to get to 5 or first player to 5 and the completion of the first set's stage 3. And this one right here, the first game of the second set, I consider stage 4, an entire stage in and of itself. And I agree with the drop shot. So I'm not disagreeing with against the wind playing the drop shot choice because you see how that was effective there. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just saying that when Brantmeyer is getting in trouble, she's going with the chip when she's off balance. And she's got some tired legs. She's played singles and doubles all week. Very few players are obviously good enough and capable enough to be in the finals of both, but it's also a fair amount of fitness that's associated with that. Opportunity to break here. And by using it there, you get Ockley not having rhythm on the backhand on the first ball. So she gets there, but it was much closer to the baseline with her moving forward, not her moving lateral and backwards. I call it stage 4 because winning the first set, Ockley wants to reestablish herself and stay on top. And obviously, after losing the first set, Brantmeyer wants to start with a completely different emotional and tennis clean slate and try to turn the narrative of the match. So it's just a huge game for both players, and Brantmeyer was able to get over the hump there. So now she serves up a break in the second set, and at least momentary sigh of relief and make her feel emotionally better about her chances of mounting a comeback. And what do you know? Another deciding point at doubles. Deciding point number 7 of this match already in only 13 games. And Michigan State gets it done. Back to women's singles. Brantmeyer serving 1-love now. And Brantmeyer most certainly understands how to front run with momentum. And definitely Michigan State as well. I'd say Brantmeyer and the Michigan State doubles duo have been some of the better match momentum players in this tournament. What a doubles point. Wow. Talk about in basketball, moving without the ball often. Ozan Barris was all over that service box, moving without the ball, trying to draw balls to him, create distraction, doing a little shimmy fake. Just didn't work out. Max ended up missing the cross-court forehand by a little bit, but that was really good example of not just standing there, looking to get active, get involved. Trying to be a spectator? No. Trying to be a participant and a toucher of the ball? Yes. That leg goes long. Michigan State get pumped. Ayana Ockley next door trying to get the break back. It's well played. Great quality, great composure. Mentally, she was a little up and down, I would say, in the semifinal, but today she has been stoic. Great body language and great execution to go along with it. That's a double fault. Or is it? That's a great serve. So it wasn't Ozan calling the ball out. It was him congratulating and saying, nice shot. So great serve. That's 30-40. Still break points for Michigan State. That's a good play. Oh, Max Sheldon misses that one. When I said I think that was a great play, meaning Reese Brantmeyer, who's been losing some of the longer baseline rallies when she is on the top of our screen, far side, with the wind at her back. I'd like to see her dictate a bit more, try to come forward some, hit some big forehands and get into the net, make a presence. Sometimes a little bit of transition, courage, or confidence can change momentum in a match. And what do you know? Another deciding point in doubles. And a double fault. Wow. Connor just didn't get enough on it. And Brantmeyer goes to the drop shot and is able to get the break consolidated. 2-love for Brantmeyer. So important to win the first game of the second set. That's why I feel it's a stage in and of itself. So first set to Michigan State and 2-love to Michigan State, but on the converse, first set to Ayana Ockley, but 2-love for Brantmeyer in the singles final. And there's that front running I talked about. Sheldon and Barris, after you win, it's so important to keep working together. And in addition to that, trying to make as many first serves as possible and have some quick points going in your favor. Good movement went off the ball by Connor Van Schalkwijk. Great tennis. Good isolation. Going after Cody. Again, Connor moves a bit more and catching Cody standing there with not as much action at the net. I think they were able to handcuff him and take over that point. 40-15 Michigan State. And with another first serve and a free point by Max Sheldon, they take a commanding lead. And what I call stage 5 is this right here, where Michigan State is the driver's seat of the match. Now it's their match to win if they just keep on executing. Reese Brantmeyer on the other side is just calm, cool, and collected. Lost the first set, accepted that reality, is now showing some experience and grit. And that is called wide. Brantmeyer goes 3-love here now in the second set. So it is 3-love in both sets, but we're on our way to possibly a Michigan State victory and some momentum towards a possible split in women's singles. Two-time finalist for ODU back in the early 2000s, but in those days they were only playing 8-game pro sets for a full match. Nadi and Van der Merwe lost 8-2 and then 8-6 consecutive years. Great team. Scott had a great career in professional doubles. Thirty love. Oh my goodness, what a point. Ozan just does not take anything off the gas. He is going full gas, falling backwards on an overhead from the baseline. He makes it. He just has such an uncanny ability to make all of these squash shots, angle shots, drop shots, badminton shots. Nice touch by Max Sheldon there to finish it off. Yeah, they're showing. They talk about it. Yesterday on the interview, Max Sheldon said that Coach Harry Jaden stands at the service line and just bombs serves at them to test their reflexes. Well, that drill works. These guys have cat-like reflexes, and they're handling all of the different ground stroke power that Old Dominion has done tournament long to challenge most of the teams. Nothing like a big first serve in. Let's see here, though. Another one. Again, when the first serve goes in from Cody with Connor at the net, I feel like that is their strongest combination. Reese Brantmeyer serving 3 love, 15 all. This is an important time for Ayanna Ockley. Up a set, but down in the second. Don't want to miss a bunch of easy shots and hang your head and emotionally concede a second set just because you're behind in the score. You have to emotionally disconnect from the scoreboard right now and just start playing better tennis. Get back to that same consistent power striking level that gave you the first set. Oh, look at the movement. Max Sheldon doesn't give up on it. He doesn't put the ball away. The other team gets it back. He runs backwards on a diagonal and snaps a backhand. Wow. Good first serve by Brantmeyer into the body. Starting to show some positive body language. Behaving like most certainly she wants to push this to a third set. Nice return. The all. Old Dominion's trying to knock on the door before I could get the sentence out of my mouth. Cody misses a backhand return, but the serve is like 83 miles an hour. He just didn't move up to it. At this point, you have to recognize that Michigan State is spinning their serves in, and you've got to move up closer to shorten the distance between you and the return. And that right there was a big moment. There was some vulnerability in Ozan Barris' service game, but Michigan State holds on. Diana Ockley up 40 love here. That's a good physical one, too. Trying to put a Band-Aid on what's been a really difficult beginning to the second set. 6-2 Ockley, 4-1 Brantmeyer. And we have men's singles final coming up later. University of Texas. Micah Braswell taking on JPJ. TCU Horned Frog. Jack Pennington Jones. They're going to be coming up next. Oh dear. Look at the reflexes there. Speaking of Michigan State's reflexes, how about those? What an outstanding job that was. Ozan goes for a couple pegs. Cody handles both of them, and then Max decides not to go at him because he made 2 volleys and misses it long. ODU 30 love up. Oh, you kidding me? Let court serve. Ozan with a forward-facing tweener return, but it's put away. ODU holds 4-2 back to Max Sheldon. He's just been clutch on his service games. Oh, what a point. These guys have had 4 or 5 ESPN top 10 fall national doubles points already just in this match. Checking to see what's going on in our screen. Did Ayana Ockley fall? Can't see on our screen. Maybe she fell running for the ball. Not sure what happened here. Charampar is getting out as well. Hopefully she's okay. We'll go to doubles for a moment. 15 all. Oh, wow. She's back. Wonderful. Glad to know she's okay. Yeah, that's well done. Just love how Max keeps playing those balls through the middle. Gives Ozan all the opportunities to get touches and finish. Just long. Michigan State, 1 game away. Admire starting to not just use the force with the forehand, but to create width in the court on the forehand. This has been a yeoman performance in the second set. Just calm, cool, collected. But winning that first game of the second set, I thought that was significant. I didn't realize how big, but it was significant. One five. Oh my goodness. So just intentionally going to forehand slices too. Wow. Just refusing to give Ockley anything to hit. Good hands. Nice moving by Connor. Great serving by Cody. That's how brothers are working together. Cody, the older brother, Connor, the younger. Incidentally, Connor went on a recruiting visit to Michigan State, and Max Sheldon was his host. So these guys go way back. Cody Love, Old Dominion. Missed the return. And now we will serve for the championship. Ozan Barris. No stranger to championship moments. Just recently, a couple years ago, won a U.S. Open junior doubles title with Nishesh Babashareddy, who's obviously one of the tops in college tennis. Look at the hands. They're covering the net like a blanket. Nothing gets through. Nothing gets by them. Wow. What a great way to start the game. Ayana Ockley, 40-15, trying to hang around in the second set. And she holds. Brantmeyer will serve for the second set. We go full screen to see if Michigan State can close this match. Yeah, that's one that he makes routinely. Max misses the poach. A little drama now, 15-30. Great first serve. Dirty all. And that's a nice serve out wide. Had been going T a lot with the kicker backhand. Picked the right time to use the out wide, and he locates it. And that brings us to championship point. 40-30. And there it is. Textbook. Serve down the tee and a perfect finish for Max Sheldon. What an amazing performance today. Such a close first set. Could have gone so many different directions, but it goes the way of Michigan State Spartans, and they hold on, right the ship, get the early break, and close down the business here. Our first champion crowned. Ozan Barris, Max Shelton, Michigan State, your 2023 ITA Fall National Champions in men's doubles. 7-5, 6-3. Now Reese Brantmeyer. We're going to serve out the second set. Shot goes long. First serve. It's tough in this particular match because she's used a fair amount of the slice tactic and the drop shot tactic. Sometimes the backhand has gone a little bit off. That's always tricky when you have to use a lot of mixing against an opponent. And when you need to strike it, you haven't done it as much. Well, and I had actually discussed that She's worked on her slice backhand with her father in the summer, and then Kevin Epley gave her some more suggestions on her technique, and she can utilize that. And she has been. She was missing some of the backhand ground strokes early in this set, and now it's gone to having more slice duels with Brantmeyer. That one goes long just because, again, Ayana is on the side where the wind will carry that slice a bit long. Set point, Brantmeyer. And that was a mishit. Good for a serve. And now we've split a pair of 6-2 sets, and we're going to have to play one more to determine who walks away. The Battle of Carolinas and the Women's Fall National Championship here on Stadium Court, Barnes Tennis Center. Year 3 here at the Barnes Tennis Center, 24 courts, site of so many national championships and professional tournaments, 250s, 500s now. It's really a consistent supporter and contributor to high-level tennis at all levels. You know, college, junior, pros. Was in Lake Nona in 2020. I remember we had some tough weather that year. I called those finals. Ended up having to go inside. And it's tricky on the broadcast. We don't have any issues with the weather out in San Diego. But Newport Beach, California, Surprise, Arizona, Indian Wells came after a slew of years indoors, actually, at the National Tennis Center indoors in Flushing. So that was the home for the 2010 to 2016 years. You see Coach Tyler Thompson talking very calmly. And Tyler, if you know Tyler, he is a passionate guy that is quite low-key and soft-spoken. And that demeanor is obviously served this match well after losing the first set, and now they're just having a calm chat about what needs to happen here at the beginning of the third. There's a whole bunch of other action going on, and as you can see in the big screen here, Jessica Osola and Connie Ma, Stanford, women's consolation final. Again, Connie Ma, NCAA singles finalist, losing to Peyton Stearns just a couple years ago, and now Peyton Stearns is taken off and it's a top 100 player. The transition from college to pros now is starting to look a lot more regular and seamless, and I truly have a lot of respect for all the hard work that everyone put into getting this accelerator program established for not just the men's side, but the women's side as well now, because all these players that are looking to have pro aspirations and battling amongst one another in the ranks of college tennis can now have a bit of a carrot at the end, not just a U.S. Open spot if you're an American and you win the NCAA individuals. So here we are, third set. Ayana Ockley gets a 30-love lead here. Brantmeyer not happy about the backhand, but again, that's against the wind, and she's going down the line on that from a little deeper. Move closer to the baseline and maybe choose a better target for that, especially considering how much slicing you've done. Wow, that's a great ball. And you could see once that ball hit, it took off. Part of that is because Ayana Ockley's strokes are so powerful and formidable, but there's a little bit of wind there. There's a little bit of Mother Nature. It's Ayana plus Mother Nature on that side. And that unforced error just opened up the door, and with a little bit of score separation, Ayana unloads on that forehand, and now she's she's staring down four game points, and now 3 game points because that shank goes long. It is I think I jinxed it because in the beginning of the match, it was a little bit more calm and the wind wasn't as much of a factor. Now, as you can see, the top of that screen above Ayana, the banner is starting to move a little bit more, and there's been a few more balls that have been wind aided in production, but also some shots that have gone wild with shanks and errant misses because of dealing with it. It is part of the process. Well done. Moving the ball around, using the wind, and then getting Brantmeyer off the court. Hockley holds. And I think it's just one game, right? But after losing the first game in the second set, to start this set with a hold, to make the statement that she's going to be managing and taking better care of her serve game in this third set is an important message. Reese Brantmeyer 0-1. And that goes wide. Not sure what the thought process was there. Doesn't have enough angle for that. Keep building the point with deep high heavies. Winning the first point in your service game it's not just common sense mathematically. It's important, but also momentum-wise, it's even more important. Well done. Brantmeyer in our doubles final coming up later after suitable rest, so she knows how to transition and come forward. I love that play. I think that most certainly is a good way to organize service points on that side. The challenge will be holding serve on the near side and the bottom of our screen here. I think at the top, with some first serves and forehand movement, we should be able to create enough control to get the job done. Brandmeier taking her time. (40-15). Oh, wow. And just casually snaps off an overhead inside out from back at the baseline. I'm telling you, folks, go out to your local neighborhood court and go try that shot. And just tell me how many times out of 10 you make it. It's not that easy. She made that look like it was just a mini tennis shot, but I'm telling you, it takes some skill to execute that ball. 1-1. But for me, I'm going to keep an eye on how well the players are able to hold on this side where Ayana is serving now. Against the wind. 1-1 in the third. That's good ball striking. Ockley is so strong. She's able physically to go toe-to-toe and just rip there. She got the depth that she wanted. Brandmeier tried to short hop it and put some shape on it, but shanked it and the wind carried it long. (15 love). No, I don't think that was a good choice. Not entirely sure that she saw Reese right away. I think she was going to hit a slice forehand just as a neutralizing shot, and then maybe looked up and saw Reese coming. It was already grip committed, so she tried to thread the needle up the line, but yeah, that was too high of a risk for that. 15-all. First serves are worth their weight in gold. (30-15). Fifth-year senior transfer. An attempt at the drop shot. I know it's been successful. I don't care for it as much on that side. That one goes long, a little too flat, not enough shape. Ayana Ockley holds on this side, which I consider a tougher side, but she was able to get a little bit of unforced error help from Brandmeier. And now, here we go. Pendulum shifts, pressure flips to Brandmeier. More action here. Illinois versus, I think it's Arizona here. Men's doubles consolation final. Hunter Heck and Carlos Rosales had such a great run at the All-American and came into this event as a top seed. I love this. Credit to Coach Brad Dancer. Tim Kopinski and staff, because very few times do you see a number one seed lose in the first round or early, win or stick out the backdrop. A lot of credit, a lot of pride. Very important statement. In the first set and in some of the challenging moments, I get it. The slice has been effective. It's most certainly part of the game plan. But just in this bottom left-hand corner, when the wind has helped Ayana Oakley's backhand get a little higher, get a little wider, get a little deeper, Reese has struggled with making that particular slice backhand, going lateral or backwards in this corner. So that's where I just want her to go ahead and strike that backhand and get back into a better core position. Love 15. Okay, Reese Brandmeyer serving 1-2, 15 all. We're going to take a second to just have a short congratulations for green, white, green, white. Team Sparty. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I was on the edge of my seat in the first set with all of those deuce deciding points. You guys don't get 3 of them. And then eventually you guys get broken at 4 all. And you're facing this 5-4 deal again with a set point down. How many lives do you guys have?
You know how a cat has 9 lives?
Yes, sir.
We have 10. So
you used all 10.
Good.
You cashed out.
Yeah, I think we used 9 of them this week. Whether it was saving set points, I know we were down 40 love
against college.
Our third match. Then we'd saved like, I don't know how many match points in our second one, but yeah.
And they talk about that in a lot of sports, right? The team that gets through the scare has just a different emotional fortitude and toughness because of the earned advancement, getting through those moments and the belief. And so you guys have that confidence flowing through your veins and you get it done. It just felt like no matter what was going to happen, you guys were there. Was there a particular sort of strategy or anything you and Coach Flowers felt during the course of the match were adjustments that you guys were making there in that final?
Honestly, not really. I mean, we kind of kept to our game plan throughout the entire match, and it was kind of just like who's going to get the big moments, and then after the big moments, who's going to be able to respond in the best way. I felt like at 4 all, I played a very sloppy game on my serve. I was pretty upset with that, but then we had a good response, and then from then on out, things kind of just turned our way, and we were able to keep it going.
Yeah, most certainly. And you kept with your mantra, making a lot of the first serves, using each other. And again, I love how you ripped the ground strokes through the middle to set Ozan up. And Ozan, I love how you're moving without the ball. You're just being like a basketball hooper there, looking for, like Steph Curry coming around the pick out there, trying to move and give a lot of disruption and fakes to the ground stroke guys. And I think that really helped. So with you guys winning this title, right, and carrying on, I think a little bit of probably a target on your back going into the season, How does this set you up for the dual match season, playing #1 dubs and going through Big Ten and some of the other matches you guys are going to face?
You know, every match is going to be a challenge in their own ways. So in a dual match environment, anything's possible. So, you know, we're going to come in there with the same attitude we always have. Like, we belong, and, you know what we can do. And, you know, just come in with that confidence. We know what we've done in the past, and we just got to execute and play smarter on the bigger points. And that's how we get it done.
Yeah, I think this week was really good for us. I feel like we started off a bit slow in our first couple of matches back, and then we came to this tournament and slowly we just started finding ourselves getting those big moments. And I think that's what we do best as a team, is getting through those tough moments, scrapping, and then winning the big points. But I mean, dual match season is so much different. It's not 2 out of 3; it's 6 games. Just the energy is ridiculous. So I think it's just going to be who's competing harder, and I think most of the time that's us.
I think that's a good point. I feel like the longer format, in some cases, favors the better teams, and there's more possibilities for parity with the shorter format. I did 17 years out there with the Bryan brothers, and half of that was regular scoring, and then the second half of that was no ad with Super Breaker. And they still were just successful, obviously, but there was a lot more stress and practical close to heart attacks on the sideline watching it, because things can turn on a dime. So I agree with you, and see, just best of luck. It'll be exciting to see how you guys go through the season and how you guys continue on. And I really am impressed how you guys come together, how simple you kept it, but more importantly, how dominant you were when it really mattered and under pressure. So congratulations to you guys and Coach Flowers and Coach Harry back at home. Best of luck to Team Spartan. Say hi to Natalie Stasny for me, and good luck the rest of the way, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So much fun for that team. I've just seen them since young boys win Midwest sectional titles and watched them gel at nationals, and obviously Ozan winning Grand Slam doubles titles, and now to watch them win collegiate titles. It's just been exciting to see that maturation process, but more importantly, to see the chemistry and the importance of good, simple, fundamental doubles. So congratulations again to Michigan State. And back to our women's singles final with the drop shot from Reese Brandmeier, which I love on this side of the court. Ayanna Ockley and Reese Brandmeier have now held 4 times in a row. Both have been able to get through what I consider the more challenging service game, which is the one on the near side of our screen. And Ayanna Ockley, serving with the wind at the top of the screen, is up 40-15 in our 5th game of the final set. I love that play. A, Brandmeier is hitting her backhand a little bit more. B, instead of allowing the wind to push her around, she's transitioning and coming forward on her forehand, and Ockley trying to play the underspin lob with the wind, it carries long. So great job by Brandmeier holding her core position and playing physical. Brandmeier does not have to just yield to the fact that Ockley is a physical player. She can match her blow for blow there. Sometimes you have to do that. Game point, South Carolina. 2-all, 40-30, final set, women's finals. Not sure that the slice passing shot was the good choice there. Ayana Ockley comes forward, takes care of the net business. Coach Kevin Epley with his normal saunter with his head down. And Connie Ma in the consolation final has turned things around against Jessica Alsola. Even though these are consolation matches, make no mistake about it. Stanford doesn't want to lose to Cal. Cal doesn't want to lose to Stanford. Neither player wants to go home with 2 losses. Whenever I put my junior coach hat on, I always talk to players when they go in the consolation brackets because they're emotionally upset. They've taken a loss. They're not happy. But the number one part of that message, I think, is that you have to find something to play for. You have to create motivation and determination. Take the punch in the stomach from the loss in the main draw and have a reason to go out there and battle again. So credit to all these players that are playing in the consolation finals today. It's just long. Ayana Ockley is strong enough physically to keep producing against the wind, I feel. Keep the balls deep. Brant Myers had a little bit of unforced error challenge, not hitting enough shape from that side. So if I was Ockley this game, I would keep it super simple. I would hit big to big targets, take no risk, and dare Brant Meyer, who's down in the score, to be able to move me around with enough topspin without overplaying. There was an opening. Didn't take another step up to the ball, and Ayana Ockley now. A little bit of a window. Also feel in a tennis set, if you're the person that's holding from even, so you're Ockley, you're always ahead by 1 game, and the other person's holding to tie, there's just a bit more pressure on Brant Meyer right now, because if she loses this game, then there's a 2-game separation in the score. And that right there is a huge no-no. I just don't agree with that at all. Up 30 love there. Brant Meyer starting to get a little bit concerned. Donate a free point missing wide. That return should be deep up the middle. Novak Djokovic has won more than anyone, and he hits deep up the middle returns all the time. That's the number one way to play that shot. You don't give a free point there. $15.30. What a second serve. Kicker on the sideline. That's gutsy. But that's what you need to win finals. Beats Brant Meyer. Taking her time. trying to draw us even. Oh, the opening was there, but it wasn't a big opening. Brandmeier feeling the pressure of trying to do a little bit too much. Don't forget that the wind with a few more shots can open up a lot more space. Tried to thread the needle there. It just wasn't a lot of room. Now she is facing deciding point. Ockley chooses the ad side. Been a common theme past few days. Oh, I don't agree with that choice. I'm just not agreeing with a lot. Ockley going for the drop shot there. Keep hitting the ground. He's deep. Keep being physical. Stay true to who you are. She goes for the dropper there, and she invites Brandmeier, who is so competent at the net coming forward, to come forward and then misses the pass. This is getting very juicy, ladies and gentlemen. 6-2 Ockley, 6-2 Brandmeier, 3-all. And that is an overplayed return. Trying to make too big of a statement. Both of these young ladies are feeling the pressure of this moment now. It is coming out in some of the decision-making choices. Still very impressed. We are knotted up. And 3-all, 6 straight holds. More importantly, oh, wow. Ockley pretty deep in the court, so that created some space for that shot. Brandmeier able to find that. Already 15. A kick serve, 40-15. Still feel that Brandmeier should go ahead and put both hands on the return and be physical on the return. Hit the two-hander. The kick serve's getting up a little high. That's going to float long. A little too big of a backswing on it. Wind will carry the slice floaters on that side. Ayana Ockley holds 7 straight holds after 2 sets that had a bunch of breaks for her. All about the serve business this set. Now Reese Brandmeier comes to serve 3-4. Connie Ma on your near side. Jessica Alsola at the top of the screen. Women's Constellation Final. Alsola 6-4, Connie Ma 5-1, 30 all. And it's great to see both coaches. Kevin Epley, as you saw there, a lot more demonstrative about his message. And it looked with nonverbals like he was encouraging his player to keep ripping the ball and being physical. And with Tyler and Reese, there's no way of telling what that conversation was. Just very cool and collected. Just a routine forehand miss wide. And Reese Brandmeier is quite okay with that. 15 love. Just winning that first point in the service game is such a nice shot in the arm on the way to trying to earn the 4. That's a really good kick serve. Outstanding technique. Explode up into the ball, really spotting it wide. Both these young ladies have great kick serves. Pretty love. Miss return. I am just so surprised. See miss returns wide at this type of moment. It's definitely a no-no. Feels as if the wind is blowing to the left of our screen. So anything that is on its way in that direction could get extra crosswind. And very close to the water. Highway I-8, just a stone's throw, maybe 50 yards away from the courts here at Barnes Tennis Center. So we're close to water and a highway. So breeze is a factor. And there you see it. Breeze is a factor. But multiple returns missed. Makes life easy for the Tar Heel. And now 8 straight holds. What's going to give? For all. backhand error. Love. Oh, she had it. Good transition. Nice backhand volley. Gets a high forehand volley. And she tries to just arm it to the location. But against the wind, you've got to work with your legs and drive forward to put that volley away. So she saw what she wanted. She tried to get it there, but it was just too much arm. But a great idea. 30 love. Ayana Ockley. Slice out wide on the line. Great time for that. Forty love. And that forehand goes long. That's a hold. Ayana Ockley. One game away. Reese Brantmeyer needs to hold to stay in this final. College tennis most certainly needs you. Opportunities for an official, giving back to the sport, earning extra income, flexible schedule, getting to see some great tennis up close. Reach out. Contact the ITA today. Jessica Alsola making a little bit of a comeback. That miss. Connie Ma has an opportunity here. Great serve. Love. Brandmeyer has been winning a lot of first points on her service games. And she makes another 30 love. Clutch serving. Yeah, it's good pressure. I really enjoyed watching how she organized that, spotting the serve, getting a heavy forehand, creating some width, looking to try to follow it up and make some more net appearances and shorten off the court. All very, very good. Great way of handling the situation. Now she's taking her time to come up to the line. Point for 5-all. And another free point on the serve. That is absolutely huge. What a hold. 5-all. Yes, great tennis from Brantmeyer. Most certainly the way she should play it. Great organization, great use of her tools, plus the wind to gain court position and come in and finish. Why I've been saying all set long, I think it's just harder to win this game serving on the near side, but it hasn't really come to fruition because all the holds have happened. It's been 5, obviously, straight holds for both women and getting all the jobs done on this side. But that point right there is indicative to me of the slight advantage to the receiver when they're in Brantmeyer's position. There's the low slice. And the significance of also winning the first point in the game. There's a lot more weight of pressure on Ockley hitting that ball. Great serve. Use that slice serve effectively all day long. There's been periods where it's been missing wide by a couple of inches, but when she lands it, it is a great, great slice serve and opens up a lot. 15-30. Ockley really needed that free point. Ockley raises the level of difficulty, throwing in the slice up the line, baiting Brantmeyer to open up the court with the forehand, and she doesn't get under it enough. That was a big miss. That would have landed. It would have been 3 break points for Brantmeyer. Sigh of relief for Ockley. 30-all. That returns in. That return lands in. Brantmeyer steps up and hits a big return to the big part of the court, gets a little bit of help from the wind, and now after 10 straight holds. Reese Brandmeier has an opportunity here. And that's what I meant. That's what I really have been suggesting the whole time. That Reese Brandmeier settles in, uses the wind, moves the ball around, and then connects her transition game. Why she is in the doubles final as well to the singles match. She executes, and Reese Brandmeier will now come against the wind and serve for our championship. Connie Ma, after a bunch of struggle, finds a way to get it to a third. And they are not playing a match tiebreak. They are playing a full third. They are earning their paycheck here on the last day of the ITA Fall Championships. Most certainly would be fun. I know we can't do it, but it would be fun if both coaches were mic'd up. If there was a rule that nobody from your school could listen into the broadcast. But obviously we know that's not possible. But it would be fun to hear a little bit of what's in both young ladies' minds as they start this last game, game 12. Reese Brandmeier, near side, serving for our championship. That is a heavy forehand into the corner and a page out of the book that Brandmeier used to get the break herself. So please understand, I'm just not in position to criticize these young ladies. Their collegiate careers are outstanding and they're great players in their own right. It's much easier in the booth to dissect things than to handle moments when you're out there competing. That takes courage, but it's a good risk. That's a block return, and that's a good quality cross-court forehand. The way she drives and penetrates through the court, it's a great risk at love 15. 15 all. Team. goes into the net. Well, Reese Brandmeier, 1 point away. He calls it long. She makes the first serve. She gets through it. What a title. What a championship. Only one break separating him in the final set. Reese Brandmeier, University of North Carolina Tar Heel, 2-6, 6-2, 7-5. What a battle. Congratulations to both players. Obviously, it's a gutsy effort by Reese, and great coaching there by Tyler. Only one break. She's able to get one break at 5-all with Ockley serving against the wind, using the wind and coming forward. And Coach Brian Calbus, I love this. I love the dynamic, the trust that Coach Brian has in Tyler to coach that match instead of the head coach being there all the time and trusting the staff, the quality of staff. And now with the new rules, 3 coaches on staffs, college tennis is just going to keep going up and up in terms of the quality, the content, the support these student athletes are getting. What a win. What a title. Whew. Doubles title was exciting. Singles, very, very exciting at the end. The level, only a couple points separating both young ladies. And Reese Brandmeier is going to have to get a trophy and then a shower and then a sandwich and come back out here later on with Elizabeth Scotty and try to win the doubles as well. So congratulations to her. And we most certainly will have some time to watch the men's final while she is getting her suitable rest. So that's what we're going to do. They're getting set for the trophy ceremony here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with the men's final. You're watching continuing coverage, ITA Fall National Championships on Crack Racquets.
Coach Up is a comprehensive and intensive 7-month virtual course developed specifically for college tennis coaches to educate and assist them in the fundamentals of coaching. Open to ITA member coaches at all levels from all divisions, the course will cover topics such as strategies for coaching Gen Z, self-mastery, recruiting, hiring and developing your staff, identifying and building relationships with your key stakeholders, community engagement, and much more. Participants will learn from leading outside experts as well as some of the most successful, respected college tennis coaches in the country. The course will be self-paced and require approximately 5 hours per month. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to develop your coaching knowledge and to network with and learn from other passionate and committed college tennis coaches.
Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Legs push. Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Go forward. Keep moving forward, all right?
Keep moving, keep moving.
Go up!
Go ahead and hit him.
Vamos, campeones.
There you go.
23 years on tour, 1,500 matches. I don't think we'd have the success we did and the longevity without college tennis.
Just anytime you can win a tournament at the collegiate level, it's just such an honor to be in the handful of the best players.
Every time you won any tournament, particularly at that level, it was a real confidence booster and helped me to kind of propel my college experience.
Coaching, to me, especially in those moments, you just feel like this is what you were put on earth to do.
In the beginning, there was the clipboard. Players were seeded, tournaments ran. Sure, it got the job done, but there had to be a better way. Introducing Serve Tennis, the free-to-use automated tennis software that is changing the game. For clubs, coaches, and tournament directors. From player registration to bookings, running tournaments, and promoting your business. Serve Tennis is the all-in-one platform for taking your program to the next level. Serve Tennis is easy to use and makes it even easier to connect with current and new players by putting your programs, camps, and tournaments into our national search engine, generating additional revenue, expanding your offerings, and growing your clientele. So, put down that clipboard and pick up your racket. Spend less time filling out draws and updating ladders, and more time with people on the court. Serve Tennis will handle the rest. Learn more at usta.com/servetennis.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most. The friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience. Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Now again, a fantastic day of action in the books. Just the second man in Arizona State men's tennis history to reach the All-American Championship match. First in nearly 30 years. Junior Murphy Cassone, 6'4", 6'2", he's through to the final. Heck of a showing from Michigan's Gavin Young. Message sent by Murphy Cassone. Elliot Spizzirri through to the finals. 6'4" and third, he knocks out Ozan Bears. They're through the finals. Cash, Tracy, 6'1", 6'3". Heck of a run for James Hopper and Yaki Montez. For Hopper coming over from the Division III ranks, he's proven. He's got the game to hang with the big boys. Another fall, another Buckeyes doubles final. This time, it's Cash and Tracy. For the first time since 2015, the man will compete to sweep both the All-American singles and doubles championships. It'll be Elliot Spizzirri, #1 in the preseason rankings in both singles and doubles. And now he and Cleve Harper, 6'2", 3'6", 10'4". He doesn't like to make it easy, does he? That's it for semifinal Saturday. That'll do it for our coverage here. Good morning and welcome into Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA All-American Championships. Today it'll be second-seeded Mary Stoyanov. She'll take on senior Alexa Noel. fight of Alexa Noel. A clean sheet on serve in set number one. She takes a 6-3 opener. Mary Stoyana takes a 7-5 breaker. We are going the distance in carry. Your 2023 ITA All-American champion, the first in Texas A&M women's tennis history, is junior Mary Stoyana. From a set and a breakdown, 3-6, 7-6, 6-1.
Coach Up is a comprehensive and intensive 7-month virtual course developed specifically for college tennis coaches to educate and assist them in the fundamentals of coaching. Open to ITA member coaches at all levels from all divisions, the course will cover topics such as strategies for coaching Gen Z, self-mastery, recruiting, hiring and developing your staff, identifying and building relationships with your key stakeholders, community engagement, and much more. Participants will learn from leading outside experts as well as some of the most successful, respected college tennis coaches in the country. The course will be self-paced and require approximately 5 hours per month. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to develop your coaching knowledge and to network with and learn from other passionate and committed college tennis coaches.
Michigan State men's doubles winning. And this is the first point of our third of 4 exciting finals today. The ITA Fall National Championships on Crack Racquets. Coach Mark Bay bringing you the information. The substitute teacher for Alex Grutchkin. On the near side, we have Jack Pennington Jones serving. Far side, Micah Braswell. Micah Braswell, Texas. Jack Pennington Jones, TCU. Both players no strangers to one another. Lots of rivalry going on between these programs as they've been part of the NCAA elite. Micah Braswell, obviously a veteran, has made it through a bunch of tough injuries, and it's been just such a solid guy for the Texas Longhorns at the top of the lineup. Most of his tennis coming at the number 2 position over the years. Wow, what a point. I just think what you have here, Jack Pennington Jones, that was cleared to play at National Indoors last year in February. He is started his collegiate career with an ATP pedigree, a top 600 player, and not able to play initially, and then he got a chance to get in the lineup and was playing primarily number 3 for TCU last year. Settled in, got more comfortable, and many feel that his firepower puts him as one of the most dangerous players in college tennis. can see there's a lot of firepower in that forehand. Both players are forehand dominant. You'll see a lot of that. I wish we could actually just tabulate how many forehands each player actually produces throughout the course of the match. I would venture to guess that the player that hits more forehands probably wins this match. Coach David Roditi, not here. Coach Bruce Berg, not here. Devin Bowen, one of the best in the business, taking care of Jack Pennington Jones's tournament, and new assistant Ryan Lippman coming over from Vanderbilt, working with Michael Braswell this week. That's a great inside end forehand. A lot of disguise on his shot. He's hitting that point of contact very similar. So you're just not sure which way it's going to go. That's a strong effort to come out and hold in that first game. They had a bunch of long points, and we'll see if Michael Braswell answers. This match has been a battle. They have been playing for quite some time. Who's going to be left standing in the Battle of California? Women's consolation final. Connie Ma, Jessica Alsola. First set to Alsola. Second set to Connie Ma. And now Connie Ma with a break lead in the 30-15 and now 40-15 in the third. Talked about body language and how one carries themselves. No one more poker face than Connie Ma. It's the let court. That is a definite part of collegiate tennis. All lets are played. So whether it let court dribbles over for an ace or let court pops up for an approach shot for the returner, it's all fair game. Love that play. That's a great return. Jack Pennington Jones with the wind at his back, taking the return early. The moment he saw Micah Braswell go to a slice backhand, he just took off running just to apply a little bit of pressure. Great forehand there. I'm going to have to go into the thesaurus and come up with some more accolades and synonyms for outstanding forehand, because I'm probably going to use that terminology quite a bit in this match. Marvelous, fabulous. Yeah. I'll run the gamut. And that one was just ferocious. Michael Braswell now 40-15. Looking to even this first set at 1. An inside out forehand. No different than what I saw in the women's final when the players are on Jack Pennington Jones's side. Inside out forehand is definitely a great play. Anything that can push Micah Braswell to his left on this side of the screen is good. Braswell with the hold. We're at 1-all. There's our score. I was a little behind. Apologies. Love 15. That's the one. That shot there sets up a lot. That inside out forehand. That one. Oh, that is some good tennis. Really, Jack Pennington Jones wins that point, but I give a gold star to Micah Braswell for how good his footwork and his balance was defending that backhand corner. Jack Pennington Jones hit every single thing the way he wanted, with height and angle and spin, and Micah Braswell just stayed the course. Jack Pennington Jones offered a different look and just went Stefan Edberg and chipped and charged one until he got the forced error, which is just too good. But that's going to be interesting as I see this baseline chess unfold. Jack Pennington Jones's backhand is actually even more flat and linear. Micah Braswell has a little bit more height on his. Both players for sure weaker backhands than forehands. So it'll be key for both of them to be as consistent and solid as they can be to complement their forehands and set up their forehands. (40-30) here. Jack taking his time. Able to get the hold. Micah Braswell's forehand goes wide. Connie Ma now is putting the clamps down, trying to close out Jessica Alsola. She has a service game opportunity to in that bracket. Most certainly, Connie Ma probably was hoping to be in the final of the main bracket, but coming out of this tournament with 4 really strong quality wins, definitely a great way to actually cap off the last tournament of this year. And for all the crack racket enthusiasts out there, got good news for you. I'm not going to be solo for the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to be joined by none other than Alexander the Great Gruskin in a little bit, and we'll work together in tandem. So we'll look forward to having Alex join the broadcast in a little bit. I love to see that. Oh, she missed it. I still love to see Connie Ma coming forward and using her net game to complement her big shots. Micah Braswell, top of the screen, serving 1-2. Wow, that's good. And what Jack Pennington Jones can do, not a lot can do. He can play an up-tempo style and come forward and finish. He can offer a few different dimensions. He can just flat out outplay his opponent, and that is intimidating. And he walks back like no big deal. I was so impressed listening to his interview with Alex on Friday. How much he's matured in a year is just compelling. So congrats to Coach Roditi and Coach Devin Bowen for getting through to him. And I think now, particularly with the accelerator program and opportunities in college tennis, he understands that he made the right decision coming to college tennis and now honing his tools before he goes back out on the ATP tour. Micah Braswell did have some ups and downs on his serve percentage against J.J. Tracy in the semifinals. I don't think that is going to be a smart move for him today. I think his percentages need to be in the 60s or higher, because if he's playing a lot of second serve tennis, then that means Jack Pennington Jones is hitting more forehands.
I don't know. It's like I'm going to be back here for maybe 10 points in the match, but it's very slippy.
A little bit of a break here in the finals. Obviously 2-1, Jack Pennington Jones and Micah Braswell at 30 all here. So breaking the action, and tricky because I'm not 100% sure what the nature of it is. Could possibly be a medical situation, but we do have a break, and that's a great time to bring in Alexander the Great Gruskin. Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, well, it is a pleasure to be back. Thank you for having me, Coach. And it looks like it's something with the surface because they're trying to dry something off in the back there. Yeah, can you give us that bottom left camera, Westoff? There's something happening in the back left of the court there. It's out of... It's not an injury time. Examine going on now. Injury related. Curious we do opportunity back big screen here. So far, I know it's very. But which ways are you leaning? What are the things you're watching for?
I'm looking for and see all of the off of that, right? Forehand to the business, and that to me is more interesting. No, super important, and if he doesn't keep that up, then Jack Pennington Jones can offer some offense and put more pressure on him. So at this point right now, I'd say it's just a good beginning of a match. Jack Pennington Jones has maybe shown me a little bit more, but obviously Micah Braswell is a fighter and obviously extremely experienced. So I'm just looking forward to more.
If I may follow up on that, because my read on the match coming in, I say this, are they moving courts? What's going on here? They're leaving the court, certainly. I think there's something up with the court, so I think we might be moving. We'll get a text from our ITA people here in a moment. That means there's currently no live action. Clearly I'm jinxing us, Coach. The moment I come in, everything turns to rough. I was going to swear there, I didn't. But yeah, I'm curious because my initial read on these two, and I say this not as a criticism of Braswell, but I think for fans watching at home, you see a Jack Pennington Jones, and you'd think a more complete player maybe than a Braswell, who obviously the power of a Micah Braswell is probably that first thing that jumps off to you on screen. At the same time, I don't know, I see a discernible weakness for either guy. Like, I'm curious how they're going to go about attacking one another today.
Yeah, it's a great point, Alex. My comment to that would be if both players were playing at their very best, the highest that they both had, both guys were at their A-plus gear, then I would give Pennington Jones an advantage. If I just said best to best.
Sure.
Obviously, in tennis, it's always in relation to, right? Mm-hmm. Who handles situations and plays in relation to better. And clearly, Braswell more experienced. Braswell loves to keep his court position. I think Pennington Jones can get a little rigid and stiff on the backhand and not get under it. So, and Pennington Jones sometimes can have more fluctuations in his level and in his attitude. But his A game, his best of the best, I think is slightly better than Braswell if I'm just kind of comparing X's and O's.
Yeah, and then we're going to get to see that unfold, of course, as well. I have gotten the text. They're moving to court number 9, Coach Bay. That's the update. So it was indeed a surface issue, not a player issue. As they do that, we're going to step away for a moment as well, get the camera set, get the scoreboard set. You're watching Cracked Racquets coverage of Championship Sunday at the ITA Fall National Championships.
Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Go forward. Keep moving forward, all right?
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Go, 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 go up!
Go ahead and hit him.
Vamos, campeones.
There you go. There you go.
23 years on tour, 1,500 matches. I don't think we'd have the success we did and the longevity without college tennis.
Just anytime you can win a tournament at the collegiate level, it's just such an honor to be in the handful of the best players.
Every time you won any tournament, particularly at that level, it was a real confidence booster and helped me to kind of propel my college experience.
Coaching, to me, especially in those moments, you just feel like this is what you were put on earth to do.
In the beginning, there was the clipboard. Players were seeded, tournaments ran. Sure, it got the job done, but there had to be a better way. Introducing Serve Tennis, the free-to-use automated tennis software that is changing the game. For clubs, coaches, and tournament directors. From player registration to bookings, running tournaments, and promoting your business. Serve Tennis is the all-in-one platform for taking your program to the next level. Serve Tennis is easy to use and makes it even easier to connect with current and new players by putting your programs, camps, and tournaments into our national search engine.
Make it back just in time for a deciding point. As you see, they were having surface issues on center. Let's try that sentence again. Surface issues, not surface issues. Surface issues on center. So we've moved to 9. That means we're not going to get our sideline cameras, at least for now. Deciding point coming up for Micah Braswell in his 1-2 service game. The Texas senior again taking on TCU sophomore Jack Pennington-Jones. So hold for 2-all. Yeah, it's so fascinating, Coach, to watch the ball explode off the strings of Micah Braswell. When he's healthy, can strike the ball as well as anyone we have at the collegiate level.
So true, and his core position is just as important as the ball speed, is what I'm saying. Micah holds the line really well. Sometimes Jack gives up more ground, but may have more total firepower in terms of miles per hour on the forehand. For sure, the backhand mistakes are going to be part and parcel of either guy's winning formula. Pressuring the backhand, forehand offense, it's really almost that cut and dry, I think.
It's been 5 minutes I've seen JPJ defensively hit that high elevated forehand line. He is going after that Braswell backhand, absolutely.
But then he can sometimes get a little bit chippy. But I must say, I said it on the air earlier, his interview with you on on Friday was just compelling. I really enjoyed the exchange you guys had and all the things he shared about his experience and where he currently is now.
Couldn't agree with you more. I told this to Westhoff. You and I have 2.5 years left, Coach. Then he's taking our jobs. He'll be in this broadcast booth. He'll be giving us all the spiels because, yes, charismatic. Was a delight to have the chance to finally speak with him, a guy who went through so much that freshman year just trying to get eligible. He is now. He's comfortable. He's competing in a national final.
Starting to show some emotion, starting to look at Coach Devin. And again, Coach Devin Bowen is really unassuming, quiet. You barely even know he's there, right? But Jack is looking over him. There's an umbilical cord invisible between the two of them right now. And Jack is feeding off of, I think, the tactical agreeing of whatever the game plan was and the executions that he's showing so far.
What a close. Pinches for JPJ, holds for 3-2. We're still on serve here in set number 1. And, you talk about that. Obviously, that coaching element, Devin Bowen, coaching duties today for TCU's Jack Pennington-Jones. I believe that's Ryan Lippman, yes, the newest Texas assistant. I was going to say, that's certainly not Bruce Burke. I know Bruce's silhouette by now, and that one's not it. So it is Coach Lippman with coaching duties. But, I mean, again, I know you've obviously known Coach Bowen for many years now, and having spoken with people like Cam Norrie, Alistair Gray, who sing his praises, I'll be honest, I know less about Coach Lippman, but talk to me about the importance of having these coaches here on the sideline talking through the match, particularly at this stage of these guys' careers.
It's paramount. And most people don't understand, but it's often the assistant coaches that have even closer personal relationships sometimes with the players. And in many cases, sometimes the assistants are the ones that are delivering a lot of the private lessons. So the interpersonal relationships vary from team to team on who the player is closest with. And that always comes out in the calculus of who coaches 1-3-5 or 2-4-6 or 1-2-3 and 4-5-6 and so on. So I definitely believe Coach Roditi has a lot of respect for Devin. And I've watched the dynamics of a TCU duel, and these guys can coach either parts of the lineup. So I feel like Jack is just as comfortable with Devin here and not having Coach Roditi around. Talked about the forehands being significant, but right now, just in the last 10 points or so, this issue with the net appearances from Jack Pennington-Jones, if he's going to consistently have the willingness to come forward and make those backhand volleys, then I most certainly would give him a tactical and a strategic edge in this match. I just don't believe that Braswell can offer the same amount of net appearances per se.
Yeah, just long. I want to follow up on that. Why is the net rush the right play for Jack?
Because Jack can sometimes get too flat on the backhand. He can sometimes drift deeper behind the court than Braswell. And if he does that, either he misses the backhands or he allows Braswell to just start punching forehands through his backhand corner, then he can start losing control. So it's a way to exert control, offer a dimension that maybe Micah's not offering, and also get him out of positions where Micah can't Just push him around. And here he comes again. See, now because he's made a couple backhand volleys, he just earned that mistake.
And again, to watch him knife off that forehand volley on game point for 3-2, I know it was a few points ago, he made it look very easy. That ball was coming in at him hot. And so, yeah, you're right. You can see the confidence is starting to build. And remember, JPJ had a break point in Braswell's last service game. Another little bit of a look here, 15-30. Double spells trouble for Micah Braswell. 3 more breakpoint chances coming up.
Early on, before you joined the broadcast, JPJ took one of Braswell's second serves on the deuce side, on the ad side. He ripped the backhand and charged him. So he actually took a second serve and bum rushed him. And I think that double fall was earned from a previous play.
That'll work.
Critical. He has to do that. It is his number one entry route. Playing physical with the forehand, holding his core position, and then jumping on the next forehand early to finish. First serve. Much needed first serve. Finally comes through at a critical moment there.
You imagine JPJ going to go back to that deuce side? Or do you think he likes to add here on the deuce point?
Yeah, I think he goes deuce. I don't think that Braswell spots the kick serves that well. So I think he can get around for sure if he misses the first serve here.
Yeah, come on, let's go. Come on.
That was enormous.
Gumption from Texas senior Micah Braswell holds for 3-all.
That was enormous. That's a ball right down the pipe. Fastball, like a batting practice pitch for the game and the break, and he shanks it. That was a big pressure moment. Jack Pennington Jones did not deliver the goods, and he is upset with himself. And let's see how the residual of that carries on, because that most certainly is some of the mental aspect of the veteran versus the sophomore.
Feels like JPJ's struggling to pull the forehand cross right now. Like that's where the errors are coming.
That's a fair statement. He's worked so hard to establish the inside out. He just hasn't done that many in total per se. So situationally, I agree with you. But I'm more of him mentally being embarrassed that he didn't close out that forehand, and now he's carrying that. He's not letting that go.
Little bit of a freebie.
It's a big freebie because You got the young boy who is explosive but volatile.
Yeah.
Last thing you want to do is give him a free shot in the arm there, make him earn it.
Hey! 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 Hey!
That's remarkable stuff. And now almost out of nowhere, breakpoint chances for Braswell, coach.
What a point. The defense, the passing shot, the lob, and then Braswell coming forward and sticking the backhand volley. Just
breakpoints.
It's an enormous momentum shift after Pennington misses that forehand.
It's a good volley, too. He didn't hit a bad one.
He had a great volley.
Better wheels from Braswell.
When I played basketball, the coach would go, no, 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 great shot. Get back on defense.
Yeah, exactly.
That drop shot was such a bailout choice there with the wind at his back. He just is so mentally done with this game. He just went to a low percentage play and made it work. It's fortunate there.
And Braswell gave him one for sure. Trading gifts, it seems, here early in the first set. It's too much defense. Look at the court positioning. Coach Bays pointed it out. When JPJ's moving forward, that's when he's had success. Right there, Micah Braswell said, back up. This is my baseline. He breaks 4-4-3. It's our first break lead of the set, coaches. Of course, you see on your screen what these players are competing for throughout the course of the season, not just competing for their respective schools, not just competing for national championships. No, they're competing for a spot on the ATP, into the ATP Accelerator program, this program offering wildcards, opportunities into pro events that these college players would not otherwise have, just given the fact that, hey, they can't be playing tournaments 9 months of the year. It's a little bit more difficult for them to build up their ranking. Thus, this accelerator program is supposed to help facilitate that transition from the collegiate ranks to the pros. It's going to be pivotal moving forward, isn't it, Coach Bay?
It's enormous. And what's even more enormous is the difference between if you're 10 and versus 11,
yeah,
20 versus out. Like the line is just a hard line in the sand. And congratulations to all of these guys. And what a wonderful graphic. Thanks so much for offering this. This is a great, just sort of visual picture of all the players and what they've earned. And I like it. I like it. I feel like these tournaments now are more valid because there's so much more to play for.
I'm going to ask you the toughest question. All those names on that list, and there were a lot of them. Any stand out to you? Highest pro upside of last year's accelerator program recipients? Something to think about.
Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah, Andre Styler, because he's retired now.
Yeah, he
yeah.
He had a really good internship last year.
Yeah. Now that you've pointed out the flat nature of that JPJ backhand, Coach, I can see it. Spot on.
He stands up really tall, really straight. Yeah. It's linear. It's like Alex G. Minor type of thing.
Sure.
Don't mind that forehand because you didn't do something stupid like move up to it. Idiot.
I just think he's embarrassed. Right now, he's just showing embarrassed disgust, and he's missing balls that he most certainly wasn't missing in the early stages of the match when the score was different and the pressure performance was different. Micah Braswell weathering the storm with that topsy-turvy first set with J.J. Tracy just prepared him for all of what's gone on here. Other point to comment, Alex, is that the change in court, not having all that extra room on the stadium court, I think plays to Braswell's strength a little bit more. It's a closer, more intimate court, and it's going to encourage you to play close to the baseline in this match.
Oh, when he's at his best, Coach, he's just hitting down on those forehands almost. Downhill tennis.
Yeah, his best one is when he's just a little left of center.
Yes,
He can run it inside out, or he can pull it inside in from that position, and it's just deadly precise.
Again, if you're a Texas fan, the best part, you don't just have one Braswell. You've now got two on your roster. Two Braswells, two Baileys. I hear Elliot's twin brother. Maybe he's going to transfer over for the final semester. Why not? Just complete the set.
Why not just get the Bryan brothers to come out of it? Got a couple of years of eligibility though.
Yeah.
Put a whole bunch of brothers over there.
Well, Howard Joffe did try to sign Venus and Serena.
Great point. Pennington Jones just has to stop the bleeding now. He has to put up some kind of competitive resistance. Bingo. Love that play. The side where Braswell is, Alex has the wind at his back by a little bit. And so that high, heavy roll, positioning and moving Pennington Jones off. And then Braswell just steps up and cracks the next one to the open court. Definitely a great, great combination.
And if you're Jack Pennington Jones, use this game as a reset, right? Yes, it's been a rough 10, 15-minute stretch, but remember, on the other side of that 15 minutes, you did have multiple breakpoint chances. You've had looks in Braswell's service games. The key thing here, you're only down a single break. You're not done with this set yet.
That's why tennis is such a tough sport. the mental gymnastics that you go through emotionally and the ups and downs. Proverbial question is, how many punches can you take in the stomach throughout a match?
Again, JPJ 2 points away from the hold, or other way you want to look at it again, Micah Braswell 2 points away from an opening set. Again, coming up in 24 minutes, our women's doubles final. Brantmeyer Scotty on Kajuru Komar.
Good defense, great lob. Drop shot seemed a little bit high on our screen, but again, this side, the near side, where Pennington Jones is actually the better side to try the drop shots.
JPJ does his job still on the other end of this changeover. It'll be Micah Braswell serving for the opening set as you see JPJ walk to the chair. A thank you. Zach Pullman, Josh Shaw. I believe they're on site. They've been the one operating these cameras, giving us these different views of the Barnes Tennis Center. Of course, beautiful Barnes Tennis Center in San Diego, Coach Bay. One of my favorite facilities we have in the country.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. Mecca for juniors, now college, and obviously several pro events in the past 2 years have been on this particular location. So it is just a great facility that loves to have great tennis.
Not too far from the airport either. Honestly, I'm sad I couldn't be there in person. Have to make that trip again, as I was there this past summer for those girls 16s, 18s national events. And again, the job Ryan Redondo, the entire team does at the Barnes Tennis Center speaks to why they have the quality of events they do. What are you looking for in Braswell in this 5-4 service game? As simple as first serves?
Well, he's serving against the wind, so this is a more challenging side to get the hold and actually complete the set. So for me, I want him to win the first point of the game. I just think that the momentum on the first point of the game is really significant. I hope he doesn't go for a narrow target, a big safe target, and get back to his forehand business. Tremendous first point. What I appreciate the most about it is he didn't go for the narrow target serve. He kicked it in and said, you know what, Jack, I'm willing to fight you for this. I'm willing to go to war and do my thing to get the first point. It's a huge statement.
He's had the ball to move forward behind, but now there's some doubt injected there, isn't there, Coach?
Which is shocking to me.
Shocking.
Well said. I can't believe he didn't take that lane and go.
Because he created it, didn't he? That was the lane.
Yeah, a little wind dated, but it was there, and he doesn't take it. And Michael Braswell is like, thank you very much. Good luck.
Oh, sure. Get that out of the way now. Get to say my favorite words, Coach Bay. I could have done that.
But it's a dare. It's a dare when he goes and hits a hanging curveball in the strike zone to the forehand with Jack Pennington-Jones having the wind. I would have tried to kick that a little bit more down the tee, but 3 points are worth their weight in gold.
Absolutely, and it sets up 3 set points for Texas senior Micah Braswell. Can be the first Longhorn since Yuya Ito to win the title. He did that back in 2019. That's all she wrote for set 1, folks. Micah Braswell, 6'4", he takes the opener. Slap of the hand between he and Coach Ryan Littman. Reminder to all of you college tennis fans at home, it was the University of Texas that produced the ITA All-American men's singles champion just a month ago. That man was Elliot Spizzirri, the preseason #1 player in the country, returning #1 senior leader for the Longhorns. But guess what? Senior Micah Braswell is here to play. And again, it just speaks to the strength of these college rosters, of this Texas roster in particular. I mean, again, the depth, we can get into all of that as this match progresses, but Braswell takes the opening set. You see on your screen, Reese Brantmeyer also took home a title today. Brantmeyer 2-6, 6-2, 7-5. She knocks off Ayanna Ackley in what was a 2.5-hour thriller. Coach Bay, talk me through what you saw today in our women's singles final.
Pretty straightforward, Alex. Ackley played a spotless first set, under 5 unforced errors, and looked strong. But first game of the second set, Brantmeyer gets a break, keeps herself calm. Coach Tyler starts getting her a little bit more settled. She starts using the drop shot and the slices, and she starts transitioning a little bit more and works her way in. Then the third set's a battle. 10 straight holds, big time tennis. And then Ackley, against the wind, gets broken with Brantmeyer just spreading the court and coming forward, staying true to her combination of all court, which has got her in the singles final and the doubles final. And Brantmeyer, by a nose, is our champion.
Absolutely. Again, Reese Brantmeyer, 7-5. She, in the third your champion, she becomes, I believe, let's see, the 4th UNC Tar Heel in the 5th year, in 5 years to win this title. Of course, Davitella won it in 19, Graham in 20, Crawley in 22, and now it's Reese Brantmeyer here in 23. If that doesn't speak to what has been the half decade of Carolina, perhaps no other stat will. Again, Davitella, Graham, Crawley, Brantmeyer, 4 of your last 5 winners. North Carolina now most ITA women's fall singles champions of any program in the country. Breaks the tie they had with Florida and Stanford at 4 titles. Again, this is their 5th. Davitella, Graham, Crawley, Brantmeyer, and can you name the 5th Tar Heel to win the title? This is my trivia question to you, Coach Bay. I think you can.
The 5th one to win, somebody way back?
It was 2010s. 2010s, North Carolina.
2010.
My answer is she's also an NCAA singles champion. My hint.
In 2010.
No, not 2010, but in the 2010s. My apologies.
In that particular gap?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That would have to be who's good then. Jamie Loeb.
Jamie Loeb is correct. Coach Mark Bay gets the trivia question. He's 1 for 1, folks. As you see, Braswell, did he pop a string? Or is he grabbing a ball? Nope, just grabbing a ball. First return, a big cut. What's the focus to start set number 2, Coach Bay, for Jack Pennington-Jones as he looks to reset?
I think he most certainly has to get right back on top of it. He has to accept the pill, swallow the pill that you lost the set. He really, I don't think he emotionally recovered from missing the forehand that could have broken the set wide open and given him a 4-2 lead.
Mm-hmm.
And
sorry, go ahead.
I just think it's a little bit too immature of a response for a guy that's now shown a lot more maturity as of late.
Fun fact, winner of the opening set has won 9 of the last 10. Oh, that was the doubles. Just kidding. Winner of the opening set has won more than 9 of the last 10.
Last 10 of the finals?
Yeah, 6, 9, 12 of the last 13 finals have gone to the winner of the opening set in this men's singles final. 12 of the last 13 winners have won the opening set. Can you name? Why would you be able to? 2020, Trey Hildebrand, the last player to earn a 3-set victory, only in this last 13
I knew
years.
that. I knew that one. You should have asked me. I knew it. I commentated that one down in Orlando. It was torrential rain.
Yeah.
Having to call the match inside off of a monitor facing the opposite direction. Could barely see the court.
I mean, that's when you're really flexing your muscles as a commentator. As you see, JPJ does get the opening hold for 1 love. Again, you look in history of these ITA Fall Nats, and it'll be a quick changeover, so we can do this one quickly. Your only champion in Texas men's tennis history of the singles title, Yuya Ito, but of course Spaziri lost in the finals of this event last year.
2019 was Ito, correct?
2019 Ito, correct. You look at some of the other Texas finalists over the years, Steve Bryan back in 1990, John Levine back in 1984. Love Johnny Levine. Got the chance to meet him earlier this year. Fantastic man.
Yeah, Ito had a good run in 2019. Alex, actually, Mike Cation and I called the All-American final in Tulsa, and Ito won that one as well.
Yeah.
Terrific. Yeah, so good. Where they differ, I think, Alex, is that Braswell was ahead in the point there a couple times, and he chose not to transition. He just kept the point going and enjoyed sort of the forehand rope-a-dope, if you will, where Pennington Jones, if he gets that opening, could generally just charge and is not afraid to dig out a low volley in the process. But he got gun-shy in the last game, as we mentioned. Another thing worthy of mention, Alex, is that with the WTN, the ratings of all the players, looking at the last, since round of 16 of this tournament, there's only been 2 players that were lower in WTN that won. Again, they're all so close. It's like splitting hairs, but only 2 WTN upsets on paper. So there's some more validity going on.
So many young false errors.
Again, audio a little bit ahead perhaps of our play, but sometimes, Coach Bay, you and I get to just sit back, right, and listen to JPJ tell the story. That mounting frustration has been really what's flipped this match in the last 25 minutes.
And the truth is, Braswell's going to feed off of it.
Yeah. Micah Braswell's, he's just played such a, I don't think I've disliked, oh, that's not true. I've only disliked one choice Micah Braswell's made so far, Coach Bay. It was when Jack Pennington Jones hit that 1540 bailout drop shot. Braswell went with the chip. He got away with it. You know, again, misses that pass there. That's the only time I think Braswell has even blinked at all today. Just every decision. So smart.
Yeah, he needs that. He needs to feel good about something.
Much better.
I like when you hit a big shot to a big target and then you just creep a step in and then another step in after another big shot. You start pressuring by court position instead of ball speed. It's like a boa constrictor effect on your opponent. That's what the doctor ordered for JPJ.
Slowly but surely finding his rhythm.
Oh, wow. It's just not an easy combination to actually solidify. Playing the dropper and opening up the court and digging out an open stance backhand pass and threading the needle. It looks cute, looks fancy. That is not an easy combination to execute.
Not at all. And so Jack Pennington Jones 2-1 on serve here in set number 2. In the meantime, if you joined us earlier, you saw Brantmeyer with the 3-set win over Ion Ackley. You also got to see the first men's Fall Nats doubles title in Michigan State men's tennis history. It's year number 2 as head coach for Harry Jaden out of this Michigan State men's tennis program. Coach Bay, he's already delivering national championships back to East Lansing as Ozan Barris, Max Sheldon, 7-5, 6-3. They're your 2023 ITA Fall Nats doubles champions. And again, Ozan Barris was a junior slam doubles champion at the U.S. Open with Nishesh Basavareddy prior to coming to college. He has the pedigree, and you watch him play, how easy, how comfortable it is for him to move forward. I say it all the time. There are currently 38 top 100 ATP doubles players with college tennis ties. Barris is going to be one of them someday. This was a really good pairing, was it not? Coach Bay, talk to me about the match.
It was a great pairing. I have so much respect for Harry Jaden. The moment he got the job, he was in Chicago at my practice, scouting and recruiting and taking a look at players. And obviously, Max Sheldon's from Chicago, and I've got a lot of respect for what he's done already. He's made an impact. And clearly, Ozan has the confidence and the belief. And then Max Sheldon has got the pedigree with the mom being a coach and a player. And so he's got the skill, but you still have to put it together and get them to gel and give them the right patterns and trust in Mike Flowers. It's just a lot of great things going on. So utmost respect. So happy. I think it's good for the league that somebody that's not Michigan or Ohio State or Illinois is doing well, right? It's great for the Big Ten, and just a well done championship that they could have lost in the early rounds.
Very well said. Do I hate his guts? Absolutely. But a congratulations to Harry Jaden, who, of course, has been a dear friend for many, many years. Thus, I can joke around when I say those things. I think I've known Harry now 20 years, because I'm now 28. And I met him when I was 8 at a Michigan State Nike tennis camp. You never know when those things are going to happen, right, Coach Bay? And so, again, congratulations to Harry and the program. Very, very well-deserved national championship. Oh, the forehand's firing, Coach. I say this. Obviously, the level, they're all pro forehands, but that's a pro forehand, a capital P pro forehand.
What's great about it is it's very simple. Few moving parts. Just has a good unit turn, gets his hand in wonderful position. really strong plant on his open stance leg and then threads the needle.
Darn good tennis.
Pennington is at least competing much better now. He's at the right emotional place where he needs to be again. There he comes. Glimmer of hope for Purple Nation.
Break point chances, 2 of them for Jack Pennington Jones. Remember, he had a few break points in the first set as well, was unable to capitalize on any of them. Might this just be the one to get some momentum going? Deuce point, deciding point. You go deuce side, you go ad side. Deuce side it is once again.
Let's go!
Braswell again able to hold, and it's just a loose error, coach.
Well, like I said before, he's a little stiff on the backhand, so it's not his nature to hit a just relaxing, spinny shape roll, right? He was trying to do the right thing with the ball, but his body language and his backhand pattern is a very linear driving backhand. And with the wind behind him, didn't catch enough brush on the left hand, and that goes long, especially with pressure. Couple
Out here, and starting in the final. North Carolina's Frank Meyer. Komar, I know to sweep wins in a single event.
For me,
got the answer.
It's got like a
title won singles title in 2000. There you go. So she did it.
I'm kind of obviously that's a cheat. She's from Chicago, and I'm personal friends, and I traveled with her a little bit when she was at the end of juniors. So I do know that one. That one that I didn't have.
And again, I'm not
history Rolodex. I just knew that one.
Look, I was going to ask. I'm impressed. Nevertheless, Stanford, a fascinating point right now. Obviously, again, Carolina's the favorites. But do you know there's only 2 classes in Stanford history, Coach Bay, that didn't win an NCAA team title? Only 2 classes in history.
That's a scary stat.
A graduating class has never not won a title under Coach Lele Faroud.
That's beyond.
Tom Izzo had a streak like that where every graduating class of his got to at least one Final Four, but that's nothing compared to winning a freaking national champ. Like, unbelievable. What a step.
That's hard to even absorb.
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous forehand by Braswell. The reason I bring that up, of course, I guess this is a little bit of a tease. Should Stanford not win the title this year, this would be Coach Faroud's first graduating class to not win a national championship. And again, so much talent for Stanford. We just saw Connie Ma win the consolation of this event. Again, I know it's a little off topic here. Racquets top 10 previews. They're about to get rocking and rolling. Our top 10s. It's going to be fun.
They're a dark horse. They're good enough. They're in the.
They're not a dark. They're a contender. Aleta used their 7.
That's true. So they're a top 5 for sure. Then
they might actually be able to beat Carolina this year. Like, that's how much talent they freaking have. Ma, Yepafanova, Blokina, Blake.
With the fall that Tia Rapman's had, and she's 7 or 8.
We should play 7 deep when they play, because I'd watch Elena Yu or Catherine Hui or Vicky, whomever the 7 is for Stanford on a given day. I'd watch them play a Rabman or a Forbes or a Yarlagata or whomever it may be. I'm in. Let's go 7 wide.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. As Braswell fights off break point chances, and now look at this, Coach Bay. Break points for the Texas senior.
That's going to go wide.
It's a deciding point coming up. Which way you go? Braswell leaning towards... I don't know. Coach Littman has a suggestion, apparently, though.
I think he takes ad. No, he takes deuce, huh?
Interesting. I agree. I thought he was going to go ad as well. That inside-out forehand is just the table setter.
And he doesn't do enough with the volley. Oh, my goodness.
Don't show him that in the film room. You don't want to. He'll remember that one. Don't you worry.
God, he's in winning position and then too cool for school. You don't have the opportunity based on that score and that situation to do anything but put that ball away. Cute back behind. Wow.
As you see now on your screen, women's doubles final warm-ups underway. Anastasia Komar, the redshirt sophomore transferring over from LSU to Oklahoma State. She's joined by fellow transfer junior Obi Kajuru coming over again from Iowa State to join the Cowgirls. Chris Young's got it all happening for his team right now. Lucia Pyre winning the Norman Open, an ITF 15K event this week as well. We saw Ayumi Miyamoto win a title a couple of weeks ago. It's important because Oklahoma State's hosting NCAAs this year, Coach Bay, and you know, again, for them to get into this national final, some early season recognition, you can build some buzz around campus. A huge results for the Cowgirls, who have taken on the aforementioned Carolina powerhouse that is Brantmeyer and Scotty, the reigning NCAA doubles finalists. It's gonna be a fun matchup. Any thoughts on it before it gets going?
Tons of thoughts on it. I think that Scotty is most certainly the key to the match, but I was impressed with how Oklahoma State made a commitment to coming forward and took the match, just took the match to a really seasoned defending champion team and actually just outplayed him in the match tiebreak. So I'm not sure how this one's going to go. Is Brantmeyer satisfied? Is Scotty ready to go? I think if Scotty comes out pumped and has energy and can kind of get Brantmeyer going after, you know, obviously she's happy but also fatigued. I think that Scotty has to bring a little bit of energy and emotionally keep Reese into it so they can work together to get the job done. But Oklahoma State is just really, really good at what they do.
Very well said. And again, you look for to beat Pepperdine's defending champion team, Brodus and Chen, which Oklahoma State did yesterday. Someday I'm going to say this to her face. I have not been fortunate enough yet to interview her during her time in Pepperdine, but I think Savannah Brodus is one of the 50 best women's doubles players in the world right now. And so, again, to beat her and Janice Chen, who've been playing together now for a couple of years, they are a well-oiled machine. That speaks to the level of Komar and Obi. They'll take on Crawley and, they'll take on Tan Gillig and Scotty. That's coming up here in about 2 minutes. In the meantime, Micah Braswell looking to consolidate. 6'4", 3'2", 15 all here. Oh, that's hilarious. I think I said Scotty and Tan Gillig. I meant Scotty and Brantmeyer. That's, again, I could go through all the Carolina names. They've been stuck with me for 5 years.
Yeah, Calvis thinks his team is even deeper than last year.
No, it's crazy. I mean, again, Brian I'll tell the story in a moment. One of my favorite moments. Brian Calvis obviously has coached some fantastic teams over the years. Of course, Calvis coaching 2020, Fall Nats champion Alexa Graham, Coach Bay. I know it's pretty intuitive, but Alexa Graham, Alex Gruskin, we're always going to be next to each other in people's contact lists if you have both of our numbers. Let's just say once or twice over the years, I've gotten a text meant for a different AG from Coach Calvis, and I always appreciate that opportunity.
Yeah, that's good.
He invited me to a senior banquet once, and I said, Coach, do you want me to... I was like, I don't think you want me to speak. I think you mean Alexa. And turns out I was correct.
Yeah, I don't think Carolina blue's your color.
No, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah! Come on!
Break point chances for Jack Pennington-Jones. We'll hit refresh on that scoreboard now. 30-40. JPJ, 2 chances to break right back.
Come on.
Oh, dear.
Break back. We have ourselves a set. As Brantmeyer, Scotty also looks like they get an opening break for 1 love. So 3-all now, back on serve set number 2, 1-love on court number 8. Fascinating stuff as we get to move into the split screen. Now the real fun begins.
The other thing you just aren't built for, Alex, is the high socks. I just see you.
I don't have the legs.
Yeah,
Fair.
I can't see you in the high socks, man.
I'll do it, but it's not going to look good. It's very, very true. I think I'm a man of all colors. Again, I always say very bribable, Coach Bay. You want me in purple, orange, send the gear my way. I'll rock it.
These girls are like old school Michael Cooper Lakers before your time. Before your time.
No, please. I'm a student of history. When people ask me who's the best point guard of all time, I say Oscar Robertson. Come on.
Statistically, obviously, yeah.
Again, Scotty, the 5th year, Brantmeyer, sophomore. Obia junior, Komar redshirt sophomore. It's Brantmeyer serving on the near side of your screen.
Braswell starting to make some unforced errors that he hadn't been making. Overplaying.
In fact, in the meantime, because it's a 15-30 deficit, 1-love, 30-all, we're going to have a lot of time with that women's doubles final. Let's go full screen to 9. The 7th game of the second set feels pivotal. And, of course, Westhoff's keeping an eye on our women's doubles final. I promise you, if anything serious happens, we'll get back over there. But nothing that serious can happen in the first 2 games. So for now... The wheels on Jack Pennington-Jones to track down that down-the-line forehand. Impressive defense, but I disagree. You're not slow, my friend. You're very fast. But Braswell's faster with that forehand, Coach.
Well, Braswell is staying right on top of the baseline like old school Jim Courier, and you're seeing Jack Pennington-Jones go from no man's land to baseline to out of the picture tarp. Like he's all over the place, and Braswell's just still holding the spot. Just enough.
So now again, Braswell back out in front, 6-4, 4-3. Obviously, we'll get back to that one on the other end of that changeover in the meantime. Break consolidated early.
Whoa.
That's nice stuff. Komar splits the middle. And the word that comes to mind for me when I watch Anastasia Komar play, Coach Bay, is just effortless. It just feels like she's not even swinging as hard as she could. And yet that ball stays so low. Her ability to drive through the court, so impressive.
Yeah, for her height and her size, she moves well and has great instincts.
Surprisingly, on this pairing, serves second.
like to see Scotty moving there.
Game point chance here, break point chances, excuse me, for a quick 3-love start. How about that for the top seeds?
Oh, it is. Frozen rope.
Tar Heels doing Tar Heel things. Double break 3-love lead for top seeds Elizabeth Scotty and Reese Brantmeyer.
Come on, let's go!
Just the way he wanted it.
Yeah, that's actually the first time I think he's missed that volley today. Now, has he hit it as frequently as he should have? I think we'd both answer probably not, right, Coach?
No, but he's been volatile. He's been emotional. He's worn his heart on his sleeve all match, and you can feel his disappointment out here. He knows he should be in better position in this match on the scoreboard, but the way tennis works, you have to finish the games. Opportunities are just questions. You have to answer them with performance.
Come on! Come on!
Braswell getting fired up here as well, Coach. I think you can start to taste it.
He most certainly can.
Not used to seeing this much fire. And I think that's what we're going to be in store for Micah Braswell this year. Game point chances to put himself a game away from the title.
Oh, jeez. He pulls out a Fed.
That's gorgeous.
Only Federer does that. Shows a chip, like a drop shot inside out, and then goes dipsy-do inside in with the continental knife. No.
It's a 3-name list. Federer, Tomic, Pennington Jones.
Yeah, that's true. Tomic is a good call. Oh, are you kidding me? What is going on here?
Little Matrix action from JPJ, not going down quietly. Look at that, Coach Bay. Deuce point, break point chance.
I think that in sports, the more you hang around and watch high-level sports, the more you realize that when players in survival mode and their back's against the wall, that's when some people actually show the most bravery.
Go!
He calls it back. Braswell thinks it's an ace. It's called long. That's always a psychological, interesting dynamic. And he goes for the backhand down the line and misses.
Go there.
4 straight breaks, Coach. 4 straight on court 9. It's 4 all as we'll go back to the split screen now. Unbelievable stuff. I believe we catch up just in time for 3-all deuce. 3-all deuce now. Obi gonna be taking the return.
North Carolina is just steamrolling this. It's just a different feel for this match than yesterday.
Also just does feel like worth noting, Brandmeier's already played today. And that fact normally wouldn't matter, but think about what the other 3 players have been doing, in particular Obi, Komar. They've been sitting around waiting all day. When's my match going to start? What's that going to look like? Can't say it's shocking to see the slightly slower start by comparison.
Agreed. Wow.
Break point chances. Scotty Brandmeier. I think we're seeing their love 30 point again. Scoreboard's a little bit fast right now on us. Braswell 2 points away from a 5th straight break in our singles final.
The pressure.
Good cover by Komar, but again, pretty sure this next point's going heels, and when it does, it might just be a 5-love lead for Carolina. It's taken them about 17 minutes to serve for that opening set, Coach Bay.
Blistering. That's how you split the middle. Great return by Brandmeier.
5-love heels as we go full screen for this 4-all, 30-all point.
No, let's go!
Yeah.
Come on!
Just
Missed.
long.
And I also have to say, been a very chivalrous match, Coach. No call complaints. Both guys very clean, which you always enjoy seeing in a national final. And speaking of clean, it's the ball striking. Clean from Micah Braswell sets up 2 more break points.
I made the same comment, Alex, on the air about the women's final. So many balls on big points on the lines, and both girls calling it, fair and straight as an arrow. Very impressive, and just really happy to see it. Says a lot about those women and the programs that they play for.
Five straight breaks, Coach. 5 straight breaks. The question I ask you almost is why? Why have we seen this down the home stretch of this singles final as Micah Braswell will serve for the match? We'll go back to the doubles. Westhoff, please make sure we don't miss, though, a moment. I don't want to miss an opening point, anything of that Braswell 5-4 service game. But Scotty and Brantmeyer are serving for the opening set. 5-love, 15-30. So, again, we got to head back to 8 now. See, love 30 here. Now going to become 15-30. Shout out to Westhoff. Scoreboard looks good, my friend. Perfectly timed. That may have been why, again, or if you were joining us earlier, it was a little quick. Westhoff's on it. Best producer in the business.
Missed it.
Break point chances coming to at least avoid the late afternoon bagel. I think 3:12 p.m. Pacific is the perfect time for an Asiago with cream cheese, Coach. But hey, I guess it's breadstick hour perhaps instead.
Yeah, not my bagel of choice, but whatever you can get on the scoreboard and just get some type of positive to show for it. Very odds against coming back and winning a set, but you have to start doing something to get yourself into the match.
You seem like an everything guy, light schmear.
I'm a blueberry guy, double toasted, light butter, to be honest.
Ooh. That makes sense, yeah, because a basic order wouldn't do it for Coach Bay. I agree. It has to be something a little creative. I like that.
That's big time. Big target, big forehand, playing from his favorite spot, just left of center. Micah Braswell, special with cheese.
And we've got special with cheese. I like that one. Is in the meantime, we've got a 7-point for Scotty and Brantmeyer. Apologies, caught me off guard. That's good. Coach Mark Bay with Alex Gruskin here. It's Championship Sunday. We're having fun.
Break for Oklahoma State.
And bagel prevented, still 5-1 heels. Westhoff, let's go full screen to Braswell, 2 points away. I'll monitor to see if there's a set point at all. I'm keeping my eye on that scoreboard, but it's the downhill forehands, Coach Bay, of Micah Braswell. It's been the biggest weapon on the court today.
Well, what I loved about that one was he went kick serve high to the backhand. Pennington hits it kind of flat, leaves it right in the middle, and he jumps on it right away. And as Pennington's backing up on his heels, the winner was already by him. And now right to a spot again. 1, 2, 3. And 3 big forehands in a row and well-deserved match points.
4 of them coming up. Texas's Micah Braswell. That play has been there throughout the course of the match for JPJ. And again, doing quick math in my head, it was 2-all in this set. 6-4, 2-all, 5 straight breaks since match point number 2 coming up for Braswell. Westhoff, can you give me the sound effect one more time, please? We got match point. Presented by Sports Interiors, the official indoor lighting and ceiling liner provider of the ITA. Go to sportsinteriors.com to learn more. Match point number 3 in our men's final.
Wow.
Deuce point, deciding point, Coach. What are you seeing?
That is just hard to believe. Oh, wow. I'm shocked at the 40-30 miss. Just swung for the fences. I don't know what to think about this point. And he goes for a bomb? Huh?
When this sport is good, it's exceptional. Micah Braswell grinding his way to victory.
It's no way.
I just cannot believe he gets through the finish line in that sort of fashion. Took him 4 match points, but he is your 2023 ITA Fall National Championship singles winner, the 2nd player in Texas men's tennis history to earn that title. What a performance, Coach Bay, we saw from the Texas senior.
I was going to say that I bet this point resembles a boys 12 national championship push. I didn't want to be rude and disrespect the level of college tennis and say that was what's going to possibly happen. That's what I felt in my heart, but I saved it, I kept it, and then the point was actually taking on that look. And in my mind, all I could think of was, who's going to take the risk? Which guy is going to pull the trigger? And the trigger that was pulled was a bad drop shot off of a high ball, and oh my goodness.
Micah Braswell, 6'4", 6'4", your ITA men's Fall Nats champion. And it just needs to be said, preseason rankings are going to come out soon. Virginia's your back-to-back defending champ. Their whole nucleus is back. If they're not your preseason number 1, that just feels downright disrespectful. But, and this is a capital B-U-T, but. This is, me after too much time at Applebee's this week here in Midland. But, Mark Bay, you look at this Texas roster. ITA All-American champ Elliot Spizzirri's coming back. ITA Fall Nats champ senior Micah Braswell's playing his best tennis. You've got the Bailey brothers, GA and PY. You've got a second Braswell in Micah's younger brother, Jonah. Of course, you've got other veterans, Cleve Harper, Siem Waldeep, who, by the way, they've won a few matches in their day, Coach Bay. This Texas roster is ridiculous. And Micah Braswell gives them another feather in the cap of what has been a standout fall as we head to our women's doubles final.
Oh, you're right. You're right. They arguably have one of those preseason on paper types of you have to. That's why you play the game, right? But Virginia just loses in the national indoors, takes some losses in the winter, and then wins 23 straight in a row, 2 years in a row. So
exactly. And by the way, there's a team in Columbus that brings back everyone pretty much from last season. They, out goes Trotter, in comes Bryce Nakashima for the Buckeyes with Kingsley, Boulay, and Tracy was a semifinalist. Anthrop was a semifinalist. Alex Bernard, an accelerator program qualifier as he reached the quarterfinals of NCAA last year. Robert Cash hasn't lost an indoor match since 1972, Coach Bay. It's going to be a fun year. Let's buckle the seatbelts, folks.
Yeah, most certainly.
And by the way, one of the top recruits in the country, I'm blanking on her first name, but Rabman, who plays for this UNC roster. Again, we talked about this earlier. She's what, number 8? Number like 7 on that roster. She's not playing this year. Hui and Elena Yu, one of them probably not playing for Stanford this year. It's just, again, it's the last year with COVID eligible players, but that talent boom, it's happening in college tennis, folks. As Scotty gives that one a smack away, Coach Bay. Now we get to lock in on the doubles here. You take a 6-1 first set, like Taylor Swift, you just shake it off if you're the Cowgirls here, Coach?
I think they're well coached and they're better than that. They'll most certainly compete here. Scotty was what I thought was the key for this match, and she came out firing with a great attitude, great serve percentages, and she was looking to move. So to me, she's the difference maker here.
He has been particularly aggressive with that poaching, hasn't she, today, Coach Bay?
And sometimes she isn't. Sometimes she's stagnant. Yeah. Sometimes she's more, like I said yesterday, her serve stays low, her ground strokes are very flat, and so it's easy to move off of her shots when they land. But she's not always a force physically, even though she's the tallest on the court usually. I think Komar has her beat by an inch or two, but normally Scotty's one of the tallest on the court, but I don't think she always imposes. You don't feel her presence on the doubles court as much, right? And I think if she does that emotionally or physically, then that just gives North Carolina that much more of an advantage. It's great to see her healthy. She's battled most certainly some challenging issues that have made it difficult for her to play a lot of matches or the full complement of matches. So just wonderful that she's healthy and doing her thing and giving North Carolina obviously such a great amount of options to put out there on the court.
Deuce point, deciding point here. They're going to Komar this time.
Missing the mark, not making the setup ground strokes. And that does speak to the challenge of not competing and sort of hanging out and sitting around all day. It is sometimes challenging to get up, and often when you play doubles in junior tennis, right, you've lost in singles and you play doubles, you're waiting around till 3, 4, 5 o'clock to play. It's a common dynamic. In college, conversely, it's a doubles point, it's exciting, it's energetic, and then you carry all of that fervor into the singles. So definitely this is sets up for the possibility of somebody coming out and having a stale first set, like you mentioned.
Absolutely. Again, Reese Brantmeyer, your 2023 ITA Fall Nats singles champion, looking to be the first since Laura Granville in 01 to sweep both titles at this single event. Her and partner Elizabeth Scotty, last year's NCAA doubles finalist, 6-1, 1-love lead. Again, taking on the 2 transfers to Oklahoma State. And that's Obi Kajuru, the junior from Japan, serving on the far side. Obi's had his impressive an 11th month run, really, Coach Bay, as anyone in college tennis.
And she's improving. They're working a lot. I talked to Chris Young about it, and he's excited because she loves to come to practice and take her individuals, and she's working on adding key pieces to her game, and she's receptive. And that's always difficult when you have someone that is winning a lot and is successful, to have them open to adding more things or putting more arrows in their quiver. Trying to get involved, just not enough stick on the backhand volley, but I do appreciate the move. Scotty being involved and getting touches is better than not. That's a hold. And with the dynamic of 2 sets and a match tiebreak, there's a lot of instances where losing a first set in a big way can end up being a different script at the end.
This is Elizabeth Scotty, the 5th year, and yeah, it is, of course, so fascinating. Scotty has already won this event with Fiona Crawley. She's an NCAA doubles champion with McKenna Jones, finalist last year with Brant Meyer as well. And you start to ask yourself, right? 16 top 100 WTA doubles players with college tennis ties. You look right now at the WTA finals. Erin Rutliff, former Alabama star, she's over there. I believe Ellen Perez, Georgia standout, she's over there as well.
Yeah, so many. Juliana almost has done well. Desiree Crouchick, and there's just so many of them. Caroline Dohide, it's just a lot. Actually, Dohide ended up not going to UCLA, so I take that back. But so many collegiate players that have translated.
Even former UNC All-American, now UNC assistant Haley Carter, of course, former top 50 player.
That's right. But I think what happens is that the intensity of the doubles, the practice, the importance of it, to really learn it well. Most people don't learn it well in juniors, and then they learn it well in college. And so then when you go out on the pro tour, there's not as many Jonas Bjorkmans, Patrick Rafters, John McEnroes. There's not as many people that play both. So if you really do have the skill set, it makes logical sense that you can go and translate to the next level, because the doubles in college has really trained you to move on to the next level.
And we said 16 top 100 WTA players. There are 38 top 100 ATP doubles players right now in the rankings. And I ask you, do you think Ozan Barris is going to be one of them? Ozan Barris partnering with Max Sheldon, the Michigan State Spartans, winning the first Fall Nats men's doubles title in program history. We'll show you their score line now. They knocked out the Van Skalkwicks of Old Dominion. They were the third ODU pairing, or second pairing, but third time ODU's reached the final in doubles. What'd you see today in our doubles final, Coach?
These guys, they get it. They get the understanding, but they're also exciting to watch. They make a whole bunch of reflex plays. They use each other well. They understand the importance of getting the serve in and building the wall. Whenever they get a chance, they return and charge. Particularly Ozan returns and charges and serves and volleys. So I agree with your comment about Ozan. His doubles instincts and recognition is very good, and he had that at a young age. He won the Midwest Close in the 16s, and he was coming forward at a young age. So this has just been an extension of what I've seen from him from a very young boy. Good hands.
It's hilarious you bring up that Midwest Close. I think my younger brother played one of those Midwest Closes where a 12 or 13-year-old Ozan was playing up in my younger brother's age division. And so in my head, I'll always think of Ozan as that, shorter than most, little fiery kid with these ridiculous hands. Then I see him 4 years later. He's tall, he's strong, he's got perfect technique now. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, he's got some swag. He has some belief. And Max, him together, they just have a great relationship. Yeah, what's happened is Komar's trying to find the middle, but she's getting that Scotty is standing in the middle with her forehand volley. She's going to have to just penetrate deep on the ground stroke to try to have Obi Kajuru move instead. She's getting poached on by Elizabeth Scotty too much.
4 break point chances. Eventually my voice will stop cracking. No, it's a double. So it's a break for the heels. 6-1-3-1, they are in full command. And again, it just feels worth reiterating. We are in the Carolina half decade. It's a special, special run for head coach Brian Kalbas in the heels of late. 4 of the last 5 Fall Nats women's singles champions now. Doubles finalists in each of the last 3 years.
That's true, and winning begets winning. I think Brantmeyer right now is just like in a trance.
Yeah.
I think she's in like a zone in a trance, and she's just kind of going. When it's over, she's gonna go. Did we play? Yeah, Max. Are we playing soon?
4 team indoor titles, the NCAA team title now as well. It's the Carolina half decade. After 50 years of Stanford. That's better.
Well, you have to be unpredictable. Obi Kajaro is playing the ad side. She's really money on the backhand. She has a good little sweeping angle, keep away backhand, and she's still working on that offensive forehand. So
it landed good. That looked like a Scotty fist pump.
was it good? Oh my goodness, it was good.
So Brantmeyer. And the Brantmeyer serve forehand combination, it just is, it's pro style. Like it's so impressive.
It is simple, compact.
Yeah.
Very live arm.
That's exactly the words. Live arm. She has a live arm.
But she's from my neck of the woods, and Brantmeyer didn't come from a traditional academy background. Just had her own personal coach in Wisconsin for many, many years, and then after some great results, started getting some help and some support from USTA and others. But she just did it the old-fashioned way. I'll tell you a funny Reese Brantmeyer story in a minute.
Please, as they've got game point chances, 4-1 consolidation.
Great
Not too shabby, Obi.
Great move. So well timed. And that just comes when you actually want the ball. It just sounds sort of basic, but you'd be amazed how many times in the one-up, one-back transactions you have players that are just like, oh, I need to cover the line. Well, yours, mine, yours, instead of, wait, every ball that I can get my racket on is mine. It's just the mentality.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. If Brantmeyer's landing that, to quote the great Dan Miller of Lions Radio, pack the bag, start the plane. This one might be over. 6-1, 4-1. Scotty and Brantmeyer, your top seeds, closing in on the title. Of course, again, it would be title number 2 for Reese Brantmeyer on the day. The preseason number 2 pairing in the country, looking every bit the role so far this week. Again, 6-1, 4-1 lead for the Heels. By the way, again, in case you missed out earlier, Reese Brantmeyer, 3-set come from behind victory to, again, become the 4th Tar Heel in the last 5 ITA Fall Nats to win the women's singles title. Coach Bay, what did you see from a standout Brantmeyer performance, and what's been a standout Brantmeyer week?
I just feel that she was rocking and rolling. She didn't have any kind of challenge. She was winning all her singles matches pretty easily, to be honest. And so today to come out and be outplayed in the first set, it wasn't like she played bad. She just was sort of there. And Ockley was very good. And she weathered the storm and stayed calm and got the scoreboard going and then started building momentum. And by the end, she was clicking on all cylinders and showing why she's one of the top players in the country. Well-deserved title, because that didn't start off that way.
Good reaction from Scotty. Again, 3 years ago, she's not making that first volley. She has just gotten so good on the doubles court. But better pace from Komar here. It's a must hold. Goes without saying. Must hold here for the Cowgirls.
Oh. That swing ball. Oh, it was in.
Big cut. You love to see it.
That's long. Missed the target. She's not able to hit the setup ground strokes. They were so sharp with all of their precision, the returning and the ground stroke placements yesterday. Definitely fortune favored the bowl with the way they took it to Pepperdine, but today it's just not been their day so far.
Good serve there from Obi. Gives them game point chances, but yeah. Just feels like the Tar Heels are swinging, doing whatever they'd like right now.
Good job.
Holds on the board. Still just a single break deficit, and it is no ad doubles. We know how quickly that can move and how quick those momentum turns can be, Coach.
It can change. The quick Brant Meyer story was a young lady that went up to Wisconsin and play a little local 14s tournament. She got to the final, and she gets crushed 0-0, and she comes back. I said, you got beat 0-0? She goes, yeah, I lost to some girl. I didn't know her. I said, well, what's the girl's name? And she said, Reese Brantmeyer. I was like, who is that? You're not, no one is good enough to beat you 0-0. No one. And I just completely got all over my student and said, I don't ever want to hear that you lost 0-0. There's no way that there's a girl in Wisconsin good enough to possibly beat you 0-0 in a final, in a local. And sure enough, it was Reese Brantmeyer. And we all know the story now. She most certainly was good enough and has proven that she is beyond good enough as she has gone into a top junior and now a top collegiate right away. And it's a great story. It's a true story.
I assume the player was, I don't know, Iga Swiatek?
No.
That's Brantmeyer, Scotty. Yeah, so comfortable, continuing to do their thing.
Oh, good hands.
Of course, Reese won a couple of pro titles, I believe, in doubles this summer, alongside of her first pro singles title. It's been a heck of a run, hasn't it?
Missed it. Well, I'm sure Carolina has enough money in the budget to keep buying the high socks. They're going to have to stick with it.
I like it. It's a Brantmeyer Scotty team thing, too.
Yeah, but great support. It takes good care of their athletes. And when I was covering NCAAs for Tennis Channel a couple of years back, I interviewed Roy Williams, and I'm sure you know the story about how he just felt so bad about the COVID kids, and he, out of his own pocket, paid for the scholarship money for the spring quarter of all the athletes that
unbelievable
out of his own pocket.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was close to $1 million.
Yeah, and of course, look, Carolina Nation knows or anyone who's a part of Carolina Nation knows they travel so well to all these national events. And by the way, why wouldn't you, following this North Carolina women's tennis team, the success they've had again over this not just 5-year, but 15-year run with Coach Calvis. One game away.
Yeah, and Brian just comes off as a very nice, relaxed, soft-spoken guy, very friendly. But for those that don't know, he was a nasty, pesky competitor. Played 2 at Notre Dame, and he was a tough out.
Well, there's I formation, and then there's, hey, I'm serving wide. Will you just go stand on in the other alley and give me that full angle there, Coach? I mean, come on now. Let's talk about I form.
Yeah, it's funny because normally when you go I, you're supposed to serve T.
Yeah.
That's great doubles.
Yeah.
Work in the middle till you get the opportunity to finish with the angle. And that's what they were doing quite well, in my opinion, all the last couple of rounds that I observed on Friday and Saturday. So it's just they're on the bad side of it. They're never able to get any momentum going today. And obviously North Carolina's kept their foot on their throat the entire time. This is a common play, though. Oklahoma State runs. They run the Aussie play because they like Komar hitting her backhand. So they have Obi Kajuru already on that side. Called long.
So here we go. Match points, Carolina, for the Brantmeyer sweep. And for the first time since 2001, we have an ITA Fall Nat sweep. Reese Brantmeyer wins the singles in 3 sets earlier. She comes back an hour and a half later, and with partner 5th-year Elizabeth Scotty, 6-1, 6-2, they take our women's doubles final again. First since Laura Granville of Stanford in 2001. 2001, I'm 6 years old. Coach Bay, he was 2 years old. That's how young we were back in those days. And yet, it's amazing that, again, to see North Carolina, 4 out of the 5 last singles champions at this event. Scotty has already won this event in doubles in the past. Now, of course, she pairs with a different partner, takes the title here this year. I mean, Coach Bay, it's the story in women's college tennis right now. Carolina's got the goods.
And I think that the culture that Coach Calvis has had, where they love each other, but they're still willing to fight and push each other, it's been there. He definitely has had some key players that have been tough outs, right? When you have an Alexa Graham in there for 5 years, and like some of those really true heart and soul players for the Tar Heels. Obviously, you have the kindness of a McKenna Jones, and obviously how sweet and like Fiona Crowley comes off just like happy-go-lucky, but she's just a serial killer on the court off the ground mentally. And so he's had the great personalities and pedigree to actually be able to keep it going. And, once you get momentum with the program and a lot of people like your branding, then they're going to keep coming in and falling into the actual, the culture. And I think the the results. The proof has been in the pudding. He most certainly should have won more than one title, but he's finally got his title and got the monkey off his back. And I'll be interested in seeing how it unfolds this year with Stanford making a run and some of the other teams. But clearly the consistent individual results is not by accident, and it comes from a lot of depth and a great program, a good system, and an outstanding coaching staff.
Absolutely. Again, year after year now, and you mentioned some of the OGs, not just Graham, Davatella, Jones, but you can go before that, Loeb, and again, Carter. You can want to go before that. How about Sarah O'Leary? Heck of a player back in her day for the Tar Heels under head coach Brian Kalbis. But with all of that said, folks, that'll do it for Championship Sunday. Before we come back to us, just a quick reminder, I want to show those graphics of what we do have. Winners earlier today here on Championship Sunday. You see Scotty Brantmeyer, your doubles champion. Well, Reese Brantmeyer, of course, your singles champion as well. A come-from-behind 3-set win over Ayanna Ackley. In the men's doubles, you had Ozan Barris, Max Sheldon. Straight set winners today were the Michigan State duo over the Van Skalkwicks of Old Dominion. First title in Michigan State program history. And again, that duo faced match points in their second round match. Now they're the champions, national champions for the first time in East Lansing. And then, of course, shout out Micah Braswell, 4-4. There were 5 straight breaks from 2-all to 5-4 in that second set. Braswell finally able to serve things out. Coach Bay aptly described it as a boys 12s national final style match point. And honestly, that wins the award for most accurate description of the day, no doubt. And then again, as we just saw, Scotty Brantmeyer, your 2023 women's doubles champion. So now we come back to us to wrap this show. Alex Gruskin here with the coach himself, Mark Bay. Coach, final thoughts on what has been another phenomenal day, another phenomenal week, another phenomenal fall in the college tennis universe.
I feel that the 2 singles champions, both Brantmeyer and Micah Braswell, were staying true to themselves. They were actually able to make it about their forehands and controlling the baseline and coming forward eventually. Braswell was mentally calm. I think that there was a little bit more turbulence with Jack Pennington Jones, and Braswell was calm. And I think that Brantmeyer mentally was quite calm to lose the first set, being outplayed, and then actually find a way at the end. So the tennis was good, but the mind was even stronger for our singles champions. Then on the double side, I feel like North Carolina just jumped on top of them in the beginning and never gave them a chance and not allow them to actually feel anywhere near like it was a competitive experience for Oklahoma State. And they had a great tournament and a big win yesterday. And I don't think that they had a hangover. I just think that they got punched and they never actually were able to get up. And on the men's side, I think Michigan State just they found a formula and a way for Ozan and Max to click, and they're exciting and fun, but they also use each other. And sometimes when you say teams are exciting, you think low percentage, right? You think Kyrgios with in between the legs and all that, but they are exciting with first serves, return and charge, serving volleys, helping one another, Max hitting through the middle and Ozan filling. So it's good doubles. It's simple, and credit to Harry Jaden and Michigan State staff, Mike Flowers, to get that done. So I just feel, as always, when I'm involved in any of these events, I'm excited and curious to see how pressure performance determines the victors. And most certainly all well-deserved championships, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. I want to thank Tim Russell and obviously the entire group, the staff, Joe Gentry, down to Cody, Zach, everyone in terms of the effort, and obviously thanking you, Dalton, and Danny for having me as a part, because I'm always happy to be part of college tennis. I've been since 2014, watching these matches and trying to bring some light to them. And it's exciting and fun for me. And I'm happy to be there as often as possible and looking forward to another great year.
Well, it is always our pleasure to have you, Coach Bay. Sincerely, the moment, again, we had some scheduling things here at Cracked Racquets. We can leave it at that. In the moment, we knew, hey, we need to find the guy. Coach Bay is the guy we turn to. So again, a massive thank you to you, Coach, for taking the time to broadcast and shine a spotlight, as you so aptly put, on all of these athletes. We know how good the college level is. I'll say it for the last time. 16 ATP Top 100 singles players, 38 ATP Top 100 doubles players, 7 WTA Top 100 singles rankings players once Bectus is included in the newest ranking set, 16 Top 100 WTA doubles players. College tennis is a pathway to the pros, and certainly we saw why with the level of play we saw throughout the course of the fall. And as you mentioned, shout out to the ITA team, All-Americans, regionals, fall nats. They put it all together. We are now officially ready to take a bit of a break. We'll hit the practice courts, we'll hit the weight rooms, and then we'll get set, folks. The dual match season on the horizon. Of course, here at Crack Racquets, we're going to start doing things like unveiling our preseason top 10, getting you all excited for the start of another dual match season. That said, before that, we're all going to get some rest because we've earned it. And so, again, for everyone who contributes to our broadcast, obviously, the super producer, Daniel Westoff, makes everything you see on your screen possible. Our Crack Racquets CEO, Dalton Thieneman, he doesn't get enough credit. In my opinion, the best marketer we have in all of tennis today. And for the ITA team, for the athletes, to all of you who tuned in, we appreciate it and say thank you. But for the final time, for the coach, Mark Bay, and myself, Alex Gruskin, and as well as our super producer, Daniel Westoff, you have been watching our Crack Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Fall National Championships. We will see you all in January for the start of the dual match season.
Generating additional revenue, expanding your offerings, and growing your clientele. So put down that clipboard and pick up your racket. Spend less time filling out draws and updating ladders, and more time with people on the court. Serve Tennis will handle the rest. Learn more at usta.com/servetennis.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it more. So friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience. Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Now again, a fantastic day of action in the books. Just the second man in Arizona State men's tennis history to reach the All-American Championship match. First in nearly 30 years. Junior Murphy Cassone, 6'4", 6'2", he's through to the final. Heck of a showing from Michigan's Gavin Young. Message sent by Murphy Cassone. Elliot Spizzirri through to the finals. 6'4" and third, he knocks out Ozan Bears. They're through the finals. Cash, Tracy, 6'1", 6'3". Heck of a run for James Hopper and Yankee Montez. For Hopper coming over from the Division III ranks, he's proven he's got the game to hang with the big boys. Another fall, another Buckeyes doubles final. This time, it's Cash and Tracy. For the first time since 2015, the man will compete to sweep both the All-American singles and doubles championships. It'll be Elliot Spizzirri, #1 in the preseason ranking.